All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Mr. Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Yakub Krishneci. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. The record will reflect that the accused are all present in court today. Before the witness is brought in, there are a few preliminary matters to address. First, well, actually just one. Is there anything to report on the witness for next week?
I know that my colleagues have made the necessary inquiries, and that relevant information will be communicated to the panel and to the defense this morning.
Okay.
I won't preempt that, but information is coming this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Potch. So we're ready to proceed. Please bring the witness in. Good morning, Mr. Malaku.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Proceed in just a moment, Mr. Malaku, but I want to remind you once again that to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. And if you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. Also, speak into the microphone, as we stated yesterday, and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. And once again, if any person outside this courtroom asks you questions outside the court about your testimony, please let us know. If you feel the need to take a break, let us know and we will accommodate you. We continue now with the questions by the Special Prosecutor's Office. Please give them your attention. Mr. Potch, you have the floor.
Thank you, and good morning, witness.
Mielita.
Good morning.
Up U0091-1711-U009-1740, side by side with its English translation, which is the same ERN with -ET. And here I'd like to turn to pages U009-1720 in both versions, please. And the same that I mentioned yesterday applies today. While we're in open session, the documents I'm calling up can be shown to the public. That's the correct page in the Albanian, but for the English, we need to go to the correct page, which is 1720. Yes, witness, just like yesterday, on the left of your screen, you see a document in Albanian, it's handwritten, and on the right, it's a translation in English. I ask you to just have a brief look, and now I'm going to ask the court officer to turn to the next page in both documents, please. That will be 1721. So witness, this is another page, the next page from both, from the item. And if you can now turn to the next page, 1722. In both. And now, briefly on to the next page, 1723, in both versions. Now, if we could go back to the page I initially showed, 1720 in both versions, please. Witness, had you seen this document before I showed it to you last week?
Io.
No.
It refers to a meeting on the 30th of January 1999 in Jablanica, where, at which you are listed as having attended along with the persons mentioned here. Do you recall such a meeting?
Zote prokuror,
Counsel, these minutes reflect a meeting I had in the village of Jablanica, namely at Platoon 2. I know the commander of the platoon. I still know him. He was a good soldier, good young man. Allow me to tell the court that similar minutes could be found by you in hundreds, because every unit, every platoon in the Ducagini operational zone was visited by me, exactly for the purpose as reflected in the minutes. Inspecting the soldiers, preparing them, training them. This was my job, this was my task, and this is the reason why I went to Kosovo, to train soldiers, to educate them, to increase their combat and fighting capacities and capabilities, and then to fight with them. So this document is a reflection of my factual commitment of what I did, of my job, the reason I went there. I know almost all of the individuals listed here. I still know them. And again, if minutes of my visits conducted throughout the operational zone were taken, then you will be able to find hundreds of such minutes.
You're telling me is relevant. However, I'd like you to limit your information to what I'm actually asking questions. If I want further information, I will ask you, don't worry about it. Now, we see here it mentions Malic and Thaçi, Lulz Marina, and Nazmi Ibrahimai at this meeting. Do you recall whether they were there?
po Maliqi ka qenë.
Malic was the commander of this brigade. The platoon was within the brigade commanded by Malic and Thaçi, so it was there, of course.
Marina and Nazmi Ibrahimai there, to your recollection?
Lulzi Morina ka qenë.
Lulzim Morina was one of the first generation soldiers whom we trained in Cheret in '98. I knew him from there.
At this meeting?
Po nëse shkruar këtu,
If it reads so in the document, he most probably was.
Have any recollection of him being there?
shumë ushtarë kanë qenë zoti.
There were many soldiers there, Counsel. I'm not able to know exactly which one of them was present, but if these minutes reflect the factual situation, then he was there.
A little bit out in the Albanian so we can see point number 8 as well, please. And witness at points number 1 to 8, we see names and next to them what appear to be positions. To your recollections, are the positions ascribed on this document to the persons listed at numbers 1 to 8 correct? Were they correct in January of 99?
Në bazë të fakt
Based on the fact that under number 7 it reads Naim Maloku, senior officer, and there is my writing my signature, this proves that the list was compiled, which was signed by all of us. I don't know if I'm clear enough. So the fact that this is my handwriting, Naim Maloku, senior officer, based on this, I reached the conclusion that all of those who signed the document were present.
Both items, 1721. And here towards the middle, we see, in English at least, Num Emendel ordered that in the future soldiers should be in 4 on lookout duty, and that the of weapons should be done in the brigade. Art, I was not able to do anything regarding the territorial defense. And then below that, NM says that he is ready to hold talks at any time and clarify things with them. And witness, my question is, do you recall who said that in future there should be 4 soldiers on lookout duty during this meeting?
besoj që unë e kom dhënë.
I believe this was my advice. We organized the guard in 4, and the squads consisted of 5 members, no more than 5.
723 in both versions. And witness, here we see reference to record was taken by Aisha Mulai. Do you know Aisha Mulai?
Unë i kom njohë disa vaj.
I knew several ladies in the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Such a woman in the Kosovo Liberation Army, to your recollection?
Po,
Yes, she was.
Your Honor, we seek admission of the pages shown, which are from this item, pages U009-1720 to U009-1723.
Any objection?
No objection.
U009-1720 through U009-1723 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And will be assigned exhibit number P02097. It's currently classified as confidential.
It can be public.
Reclassified as public, please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We can take this document down, and instead of this one, I'd like to call up U001-5634, U001-5683, side by side with the English translation, which has the same ERN with -ET revised at the end. And here, I'd like to turn to page U001-5666 in both versions, please. Thank you. Witness, these are, this is another document on the left in Albanian in handwriting, and on the right it's in English translation. Before I ask you questions, I'm going to ask the court officer to turn to the next page in both, please, 5667. And now to the next page, 5668. And now to the next page, 5669. And let's now please go back to 5666 in both. Witness, had you seen this document before I showed it to you last week?
أيوه.
No.
We see that the page we're on now refers to a meeting on the 30th January 1999, which you are listed as having attended, and along with several others, including Malik Chandretsai, Lulza Marina, and Nazmi Ibrahimai. Do you recall whether this meeting would have been the same as the one we just discussed, or is it another one to your recollection?
Unë kom bom mbledhje, kom bom këshillime dhe mbledhje.
I had such meetings on a daily basis where I gave recommendations and etc. I do not recall exactly, but based on the content of the report or minutes of this meeting, I am able to identify my work as expressed and reflected in there.
Can zoom in on the bottom of this page. So, yes, on the bottom of the Albanian on the right-hand side, and the same in English. If we can, in English, we can just scroll down. That's good as it is. Thank you. Witness, here we see the words at the beginning. Naimoloku asked about each of the platoon commanders and about their numbers. Do you recall asking about such information at meetings you would have attended in January 99 in the Dukagjini area?
Në çdo takim kom kërku.
I asked in every meeting to be informed or for the attendees to introduce themselves as to their position, the role they have, and the number of soldiers they're commanding.
In both items, 5667, and there zoom in on the bottom left-hand side in both language versions. Yes, that's good in Albanian. That's good in English, thank you. Witness, here we see the words, Naimoloku explained that armaments should be combined with the points and that one soldier should not be carrying these weapons. Do you recall providing any such explanation at meetings in January 99?
Po.
Yes.
Let's now please turn to page U001 5663 in the same document in both language versions, please. Thank you. And witness, this is another page from the same item, but this is a separate entry. And if we could zoom in the Albanian for now, just a little on the left side of the page. Yes, we see that here we have the date 25th January 1999. And now if we could zoom on the right-hand side of both pages in both languages. In the second paragraph here, we read, Naim Maloku from the General Staff arrived 2 days ago to assist us with organizational issues. And my question, witness, is this document, this entry is dated 25th January 99, and it's saying you arrived from the General Staff 2 days ago, which would be 23rd January 1999, does that accord with your recollection of the timing of your arrival?
Yes, that's true. That's correct.
Turn to page U0015671 in both versions, please. And here we see an entry dated 11 February 1999, and it refers to a meeting. Yes, thank you. It refers to a meeting with brigade commanders and refers to Ramush Haradinai being present. And let's turn to the next page in both versions, which is 5672. And if we can zoom in both versions on the bottom left-hand side of the documents, please. Here we see Naim Moloko is here to assist us in the field. This is a privilege and is particularly important to us. Witness, do you recall who said that at this meeting?
Ramush Haradine said so. He introduced me to the representatives of the brigades and other persons who had been invited from the villages and were assisting the KLA. We were thinking to further develop units also in those villages. For example, the place called Lugui Terstenikut. There was no unit, there were no points, there were no small areas of control there, so we were planning on organizing such units there as well. This is me being introduced to the Dukagjini operational zone staff.
Now zoom in on the right-hand side of both versions at the top. Here, witness, we see written, Shaban Hassanai is now working on the fortification of positions. We think he is the right person to continue to work on the fortifications. Do you recall whether Shaban Hassanai was undertaking such work at the time?
Council, I remember that I met with Shaban Hassanai a day earlier. He was a man of a certain age, but with an extensive experience in the territorial defense of the Klina municipality. He had been a senior officer there. I asked, therefore, for him to join my team to help us inspect the entire Dukagjini operational zone. And we, from that moment onwards, were inseparable. Then a certain Gzim Uzdeni from Macedonia joined us as well. Shaban, however, joined my team upon my proposal.
Let's please turn to the next page, which is PU0015673 in both versions. And now briefly to the next page, which is 5674, just to see where this entry ends. And we can go back to the previous page, 5673. Thank you. Witness, here we see an entry on the right-hand side, if we can zoom in there on both versions, please. Yes, that's correct in Albanian and the same in English. We see an entry referring to 15 February 1999, and we can read here that it includes in the third paragraph, we continue to work on the fortification of our frontline positions every day, where the commanding officers Shaban Hassanai and Naim Moloku have been making their extraordinary contribution. And just to be clear, do you recall yourself and Hassanai carrying out work of the nature described in this item?
Zotë prokuror, kur ma keni prezentu,
When you showed me this document, counsel, I confirmed, admitted that it reflected, it was a summary of my commitment covering a certain period of time, quite a long period of time. These were my commitments at the time with Mr. Shaban Hassaneh until Gzim Azjareni joined us.
You talk about me showing the documents, are you referring to witness preparation last week?
po, se unë nuk e kom pa këtë.
Correct, because I had not seen these documents before.
From this item, we seek to tender the pages shown, which are the following: U001 5663, U001 5666, 5667, 5668, 5669, and then U001 5671, 5672, 5673, 5674, and the classification can be public if they're admitted.
Any objection to the tender?
No, Your Honor, no objection.
The enumerated exhibits, or the enumerated documents will be admitted and be assigned an exhibit number.
Thank you, Your Honors. These numbers that were read on the record, together with corresponding English translation, will be assigned exhibit number P02098, and they're classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
We can take this document down, and instead I'd like to call up U002-2210-U002-2223 side by side with an English, it's an English translation, which is U002-2210, U002-2219-ET. And in both versions, I'd like to turn to page U002-2217. We can turn to page ending 2217 in both language versions, please. Thank you. Witness, this is another item. And again, on the left in Albanian handwriting, and on the right in English. Had you seen this document before I showed it to you last week?
Jo,
No, I hadn't.
See that it refers to a meeting held on the 30th of a month in 1999. And then we see your name as a senior officer among the attendees, along with Mali Chandretsai and others. And my question to you is if you could focus on the information listed at numbers 1 to 7, so we could zoom in a little bit on those numbers 1 to 7. And zoom out a little, so yes, so you can see them in their totality. Do you recall who, if anyone, do you recall anyone providing such information at a meeting in 1999?
mu nuk më kujtohet.
I do not recall anyone giving this information. However, the 7 points mentioned here by me are correct. Point 5, any unreasonable shooting is prohibited. I was very insistent on not wasting ammunition. These were the main 7 points I would present to every unit I visited. Within my mandate or my tasks.
In both languages, it could be public, and to be clear, it's page U0022217.
Any objection? U002-2217 is admitted.
And we will assign exhibit number P02099 together with corresponding English translation, and is currently classified as confidential.
Public. It can be public.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors.
We can take this document down and instead call up U0016143, U0016148, and its English translation, which has the same ERN with -ET. And we can stay on the first page of both, please. Thank you. And witness, this is another document, again on the left in Albanian, on the right in English. Had you seen this document before? I showed it to you last week.
Jo, prokuror.
No, I hadn't, counsel.
We can see that the page we're on now refers to the KLA Ducagini Operational Zone Command Logistics Service, and I'd next like to turn to, in both versions, the page ending 6147, please. And in both versions, if we can zoom into the top half of the document, please. Yes, here we see the heading voucher based on the financial plan, and I'd like to ask you to draw attention, witness, to the fifth entry, so the fifth name that appears. And here we see it refers to a Naim Moloku receiving 1,000 Deutschmarks on 26 January 99. And then there's a corresponding signature. Is that your signature?
Yes.
Recall having received 1,000 Deutschmarks on or around 26 January.
Yes, counsel.
We see Agron Ramai listed below your name in relation to Brigade 134. To your recollection, was he in that brigade in January 99?
He was killed 2 days after,
Brigade.
and he was a brigade commander. Then I re-established that brigade. I already explained it yesterday. If you need me to give you further explanations, I might do so.
Your Honor, we seek to admit this item, and it can be admitted as public if it is admitted.
Objection? Both of them, or just the last one?
It's one item. It's only 5 pages long, I believe, so it's
Okay.
6143, 6148 with the English.
U001-6148 and 6147 are admitted.
Sorry, to be clear, I'm tendering the whole item. I showed 2 pages, but the
All right.
entire range is 6143 until 6148. Thank you.
All right, I'm not sure that was clear. The entire range? Okay. U001-6143 to U001-6148 is admitted.
And this will be assigned the exhibit number P02100 together with corresponding English translation, and they're both classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you. We can take that document down, and instead I'd like to call up U001-4030-U001-4068 side by side with the English translation, that is U001-4032-U001-4068-ET. And once they're on our screen, I'd like to turn to page 4068 in both languages, please. Thank you, witness. This is a different document. Again, on the left, handwritten Albanian, on the right, English translation. Had you seen this document before? I showed it to you last week.
Jo, prokuror.
No, counsel.
It refers to a meeting on the 11th of April 99 with participants including yourself, Major Emrushi Nazmir, and members of Brigade 133. It also records you as stating in the third sentence that there has to be second and third line defense implemented. Do you recall such a meeting?
Po, tani dhe
Yes, when I was in Brigade 133, commanded by Azem Veseli. Gazim Mozdreni also joined me. You might find him with pseudonym Murati or Major. He did not introduce himself by name. He came from Macedonia, as it's called now, the Republic of North Macedonia, not to endanger his family. He used different names, and wherever I went, I introduced him by another name. So it's correct, this work meeting note. I remember the meeting took place after I visited some defense positions of some units of Brigades 133, which hadn't built the secondary and third line positions as is required in the war. And I remember bringing up this issue at that work meeting with the close staff of Brigade 133. I remember this work meeting was held in Studenitz, where the brigade staff was based.
If we can turn to page 4032 in both versions, please. Should be the first page of the English. Yes. And witness, for now I'd just like you to have a look through the names which appear on the left-hand side and the places of birth which appear in the third column. If we could scroll down a little bit in both versions, please. Yes. And before I ask you my next question, I'd like to turn to page U0014044 in both versions, please. Witness, this is another page from the same item, and again I'd like you to look at the names in the second column, and then this time I'd like you to look at the last column, which is date and place enlisted in KLA. Do you recognize any of the names or the locations on the pages that I've shown you?
vendet e njoftë
The places I know all, and the names, most of them, yes. I have noted that Brigade 133 had kept a register, a precise, accurate register of all the members of the brigade. with their names, last names, date of birth, place of birth, the date and place where they listed in the KLA, and their school education. It was a very well detailed register. I remember I praised them, the brigade, for keeping such a register. I didn't know it before, only when you showed it to me, I saw it.
Your Honor, we seek to admit pages U001-4032 until U001-4068. So those include the page I showed the witness concerning the meeting, the 2 pages with lists of names, and then lists which are a continuation of or have similar content to the lists we showed the witness. And it could be public if admitted.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, U001-4032 through 4068 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. This will be assigned exhibit number P02101, together with corresponding English translation, and is classified as public. Thank you, Your Honor.
It is classified as public.
Thank you. We can take this item down. Witness, do you know Faton Mehmetay?
Po,
Yes, I do.
Knowledge, did he have a role in the KLA in 1998 and 1999?
sa unë e di,
As far as I know, Faton Mehmetay was a senior officer or responsible for the so-called sector of intelligence and counterintelligence in Dukajin zone. From what I heard, Fitmeta Ramosa helped him. Both of them were known by the members of the KLA to be performing that function.
And when you were in the Dukajini operational zone area in 1999, did you ever see him or come across him at that time?
disa herë kom
I saw him several times. We saw each other on the street. But I don't recall to have him present in any meeting where he was present. I don't think I ever attended such a meeting.
To call up the witness's book again, and this is U002-3041-U002-3143, and the English translation at U002-3080-U002-3141-ET. And then both I'd like to turn to page ending 3110, which is PDF page 70 in the Albanian and 31 in the English. No, that's not the right English translation. I called up a different one, and it's the one starting U002-3080. Yes, thank you. I think you actually might have had it right to begin with, and it's my misunderstanding. And in both, so in the Albanian, let's go to PDF page 70, which is 3110, and in English to PDF page 31, which is also 3110. Yes, 69, I guess, not 70. Yes, thank you. And I'm going
Microphone, please.
from the third and fourth paragraph in the page in English, which correspond to the third and fourth paragraph on the left in Albanian. So let's zoom into the left-hand side in Albanian, please. And I'm going to read, and then I have some questions. I received an order from the KLA General Staff to go from Istok to Rogov and then go to Albania. Kazimos Dreniandai, he being a major from Diber, Emaje, received an order to go to Albania. Previously, the KLAGS had declared a general mobilization of the diaspora. The KLAGS told us that we needed to go there. When Bislim Zerapi gave me this order, Agim Ceku was also in the KLAGS, having come from Croatia. This order was given to me because I was to go to Albania in order to go gather volunteer units who had come to the camps and to continue Operation Arrow by leading the units. This operation foresaw that the border should be breached at Pastrik and in Dragash, in addition to Koshare, so in 3 locations. Koshare had particular importance psychologically, as well as for all of the KLA in Kosovo. The goal was to connect Koshare with the Dukagini plain, to import weapon supplies from Albania, and to deploy the new forces who were throughout the camps in Albania. In brackets, it was said that 7,000 to 8,000 volunteers had come from the west. Now, I believe you referred to this incident yesterday, but my first question is, do you recall Bislim Zerapi giving you the order to go to Rogova and then Albania?
Yes, I got the order on the phone when I was in the Brigade 133 General Staff in Studenitz.
And in the excerpt, it says that when Bislim Zerapi gave you this order, Agim Ceku was also in the KLAGS. Was he physically in the KLAGS? Was he on this call? Could you explain?
Yes, he was physically there, because Bislim was the one that communicated me the change in the general staff. That is, instead of Bislim Zerapi, they had appointed Agim Ceku as chief of staff. Bislim had taken the task to command the Arrow operation from Albania.
Was Agim Ceku also on this phone call, or was it just you and Bislim Zerapi?
Agim
Ceku wanted to talk with me. We greeted each other with words of respect for one another. I was happy he came. That's all. So we just greeted each other and we respected one another.
Did you greet each other during the same phone call when Bislim Zerapi gave you these orders?
Yes.
You refer to 7,000 to 8,000 volunteers. Do you know where they were at the time?
They were in Burel.
We can take the document down. In your SPO interview, you stated that you were in Jakova around 15 or 16 June 1999, after having been in Kux and before going to Pea. Do you recall where you stayed in Jakova at this time?
Kam qëndruar në një
I stayed in a room in the Pastrik Hotel.
Do you recall whether any other KLA members would stay at the Pastrik Hotel in June of 99?
po ka pas
Yes, there were almost all the rooms were taken because across the Pastrik Hotel there was a house of culture, it was called, and the staff of Brigade 137 was based there. Abdullah Babali was its commander.
And changing subjects a little bit, do you know someone known as Shpetim Golyemi?
po është
Yes, Dilaver Goja is the one.
Am I understanding correctly that Dilaver Gojai is the real name of Shpetim Golyemi?
është emri i vërtet.
Yes, it's his real name.
Did this person have a role in the KLA in 1999?
Ai ka ardhur kur
He came when Agim Cheku became chief of staff. I don't know what role Dilaver Goja had in the general staff of the KLA.
But to your knowledge, in 1999, he had a role in the KLA General Staff, Shpetim or Dilaver.
shpëtimi ka mund me pas
Shpatim might have a senior role in the general staff. My logic says that he might have been involved in the operational directorate because he was a senior officer, a professional military soldier, or as we say in the army, he was a major officer.
Do you know Safet Sula?
po ky ka
Yes, he was an officer who came when I was there in the general staff. He came from Switzerland, the only officer in the ranks of the KLA that had finished the Academy of Communication. That is, he dealt with radio communication and all these things. So he was a great asset to the operational directorate. His coming, because he could conduct surveillance of communications between the enemy forces, the Serb forces, the police, and the army forces. So through that surveillance, we found out many things regarding their movements or actions they wanted to undertake in some parts of Kosovo. His contribution was extraordinary, I would say, in the operational directorate of the General Staff.
In your SPO interview, you state that you made a written request for demobilization, that you gave back your weapons, and that Agim Cheko gave you the decision on your demobilization in person. I'd like to call up 126674-126682 alongside the English translation, which is at 126674-126679-ET, and in both we'll turn to page 126674. So the first page. Thank you. Witness, once again, if we can zoom out so we can see the totality of the page in Albanian. Yes, that's good. That's good, thank you. On the left, there's a document in Albanian, and on the right in English. Do you recall providing the Albanian version to the SPO?
po
Yes.
And are both signatures on this page yours, the one towards the right-hand side at the bottom and then the one under the 2025 date?
Po.
Yes. Yes.
Request for demobilization.
Po, kërkes
Yes. It is my written request, which I gave to Mansour Kasumi, who came to visit me in Jakova, so that he could personally deliver it to the Chief of Staff.
To turn to page 126677 in both items. And again, if we can zoom out and the Albanian is enough. That's good, thank you. Witness, did you provide this item to the SPO?
Po.
Yes.
Could you briefly explain what this item is?
Kjo vërtetim që unë
It is a certificate which shows that I handed over the weapons, the number of the weapon, before I got the order for demobilization. I mentioned in a previous document, even though I had not received the order for demobilization, I would use my right as a voluntary. I joined the army on a voluntary basis and I was going to leave it on a voluntary basis before I received the official decision on my demobilization. That is, I informed the Chief of Staff that even if the request receives a negative answer, I will still leave the ranks of the army because I joined it on a voluntary basis.
You see, this item is signed by Abdullah Babania as a commander. Do you recall how long he had been the brigade
në shkrimi
commander? and what-
komandantit brigadës.
It's the signature of the brigade commander, because to him I handed over that request.
Was there a brigade commander before Abdullah Babalia took over 137?
Jo, ajo është
No, when Brigade 137, Jakova Brigade, was formed, he was the first and last commander of that brigade. He was lucky to survive because many other brigade commanders were killed in the war.
Do you know an Agron Kriesiu?
po ka qenë diçka
Yes, he was in the command of Brigade 137, but I don't know what function he had.
The page 126676 in both versions, please. So the previous. Witness on the left is the item in Albanian. Did you provide that to the SPO?
po.
Yes,
Is this the decision that Agim Cheko gave you, which you have referred to in relation to demobilization?
Po, ma ka dhënë
yes. He gave it to me on the 1st of July 99 in Peja.
Your Honor, we seek admission of the three items shown, which are at pages 126674 until 126677 of this item. If they're admitted, they can be public, and they should be added to P02093, which already contains a page that hasn't been admitted from this item, which is the witness's KLA General Staff card, identity card.
Any objection? 126674, 126677, and 126676 are all admitted, reclassified as public, and they will be, as requested, added to.
P2093,
Yeah,
and for completeness, Your Honor.
P02093.
And for, Your Honor, for completeness, we would also tender 126675, just because it's the back of 126674.
Any objection to that? Any objection to that addition? 126675 is also admitted and attached in the same way.
Thank you, Your Honor. So 4 pages will be added to P02903. Thank you so much.
Your Honor, I note the time. This would be a good time to break.
We'll give you a 10-minute break now, witness. You may leave the courtroom with the court usher, and we will be back here in 10 minutes. We're adjourned until 10:10.
All rise.
Be seated. You may bring the witness in. Mr. Malacca, we will continue with questions from the Special Prosecutor's Office. Go ahead, Mr. Pach.
Thank you. Witness, I'm going to read from your ICTY and SPO interviews and then ask you some questions. I'd first like to call up P02087.2 ET and AT. And then these will turn to page 18 in the English and 14 in the Albanian. So in the English, I'm going to read from page 18, lines 15 to 19. In the Albanian, witness, this is on the left. If you want to follow by reading, it is on the page indicated at lines 1 to 8. Otherwise, you can listen. And this is one of the answers he gave. Until July 1998, I had quite frequent contacts with journalists. Some of the interviews are included in my book, and some others I have them at home. And some of my interviews are contradictory with the spokesman of KLA concerning some very interesting elements. For example, when I was asked about Ibrahim Rugova, my answer to this was that Rugova is the president or the head of Kosovo, and I know his authority. I have stated this publicly on the 5th of July, 1998. And in answer to the question of the journalist, who, according to you, is supposed to be regarded as the head of KLA, my answer was Rugova. These were some of the differences, but not concerning the soldiers or ammunition, who were fighting against the Serbian police forces. Now, before asking my questions, I'd next like to turn to P02090.4 ET and AT, and this is going to be an excerpt from your SPO interview. And in these items, once they're on screen, we'll go to page 8. So it's page 8 in both items. In the English, I'm going to read from lines 20 to 25, so we can scroll down, and it's the same line reference on this page in Albanian. So witness, this is what you said in an answer to the SPO in 2019. In an interview on 5 July 1998, it was published by a magazine, Kombi, a newspaper. I declared that then President Rugova that I recognized him as the chief commander of KLA, and the others were of different thoughts, that Rugova, as the then recognized president of Albanians and Kosovo, was not. But this was the only difference in our thoughts. My question for you now, witness, is do you recall stating in the media in 1998 that Ibrahim Rugova is supposed to be regarded as the head of the KLA, or that you recognized him as chief commander of the KLA?
Yes, I was asked by the reporter and I gave my answer, as I did. Rugova was an elected president since 1990. He was recognized not only by the Albanians of Kosovo, but worldwide as the political leader of the Albanians in Kosovo.
Sir, just now you said you were asked by the reporter and I gave my answer. Are you here referring to the reporter for Kombi?
Yes. The reporter Musa Kurhasku, who wrote the article and published it in Kombi.
Saying things of the same nature, for example, about Ibrahim Rugova in other interviews which you gave to the media in 98 or 99?
I had this position and expressed it constantly from the beginning to the end whenever I was asked a question by the journalists. I also explained to you in the preparation session the purpose and aims of my interviews and the reasons for my statements in those interviews, adding that in my interviews I complied with international conventions regarding war propaganda, which ban calls or incitement for violence against civilians or persons who hold different political views, the prohibition to discriminate people on ethnic, race, gender, religious grounds, prohibition of violence against historical religious sites, regardless of the territory where the fighting is taking place. And in all my interviews and my propaganda war against the Serbian forces for the freedom of Kosovo, which I view to have been one of the most powerful weapons I had, I always respected this code. I always followed these rules and these principles, never violated them in my interviews.
Document down, and I'd like to call up the witness's book once again, and that is U002-3041, U002-3143, with its English translation at U0023080-U0023141-ET. And in both of them, let's please turn to page 3096, which should be PDF page 56 in Albanian and 17 in English. In fact, it's 55, sorry, in Albanian. Should be page 17 in the English, PDF page 17. I might be wrong. Yes, that's right. I'm going to read from the first full paragraph in English on this page. So in the Albanian, let's please zoom into the left-hand page. Witness, this is another page from your book that we've been dealing with today and yesterday. And I'm going to read in English. You can either follow in Albanian on your screen or through interpretation. You say the following. I, in the beginning of July, made a statement for Combi newspaper that I am for the institutionalization of the KLA, that I am against the formation of the Ministry of Defense and the staff in Tirana, brackets. By that time, Tahir Zemai and the officers had come, in brackets. And in that interview, I came out openly with very concrete positions that the staff in Tirana should not be created, because we had a staff in Kosovo. We had knowledge that Bislim Zirapi had become Chief of Staff of the General Staff of the KLA. I had contacts with Bislim since Tirana, and I worked by his orders. He had also come to Reke Ekeche, as he was chosen as Chief of Staff of the General Staff of the KLA. A connectivity was created. There was also a line of subordination created from the most basic units to the KLA GS. The foundations were created for a regular army, and I came out openly in saying that the army should be institutionalized, but not with a staff in Tirana like Bukoshi wanted. Bujar Bukoshi should have come to Kosovo and should have accepted the structures that had been created in Kosovo. This was directly connected to the information that I had had about the formation of a government, which Christopher Hill was holding talks about. My statements were that institutionalization should happen, but not without the agreement of the KLA, and in the spirit of those attempts that Hill was making in the meetings for the creation of one structure, one subject, and one government in which everyone would be included. Witness, is the information in this excerpt from your book correct?
There is only one small distinction here. When Bislim came to Rekekeche, he said, I quote, he told me that he was setting up the operational directorate of the General Staff. So the attempts were being made to create this operational directorate, and he had been chosen or selected or appointed to do that. I view this as a very positive step, that the organizational structures at the higher levels of the army were being created. My continuous attempts and advocacy was for the KLA to organize. That was the only way for us to convince the international community and achieve then the point of the negotiations, which we did. Every war will end up at the table of the negotiations. This was my position. These were my statements. The institutionalization of the Kosovo Liberation Army. When one of the 5 members of the staff in Tirana, I was appointed as one of those 5 in Tirana by Ahmet Krasniqi. I refused that position. We told to Ahmet Krasniqi in person, the war is not waged in Tirana, the war is waged in Kosovo. the military people should be in Kosovo, not in Tirana. This was my position. I might have exaggerated some things here and there. However, my interviews are mainly focused on this. Their purpose was to mobilize, to raise awareness within the civilians, to echo this in Kosovo within the ranks of the KLA. This was the aim in my interviews and in the way I conveyed my opinion and my position in these interviews.
What month and year did Bislim Zerapi come to Reka Ekeche and tell you he was setting up the operational directorate?
Exactly on 17 July 98. Because the Rahovets battle started on that day, we could hear the gunfire, and he came and told me that the operational director had started being set up. He was in charge of that, and obviously as a first step, he needed to visit all the territories under the KLA control to have a clear picture as to what's the territory, what are the lines, who are the persons in charge, what is the military, the available military infrastructure of the KLA, in order then to operate this entire organization from the operational directorate of the General Staff. This is how it goes in any regular army.
You mentioned in the beginning of July making a statement for Combi newspaper, and is that the same interview you referred to in the excerpts from your ICTY and SPO interviews that we just looked at?
Yes. Yes. There are many interviews. I think 5 of them are included in my book. Interviews given to Combi, Zuri.
Combi in July of 1998.
Only one to Combi. But I later heard that part of that interview were then republished by other newspapers, claiming that they had obtained this in interviews they had had with me. I heard that when you introduced them to me.
When I introduced what to you?
A magazine published in Tirana by the Minister of Defense of the Kosovo government.
And when I showed you that magazine, what is it that led you to believe that Combi had been reproduced?
Because there were no changes. It was the right interpretation. The questions and answers hadn't changed, those asked by the reporter of Combi.
I think the magazine you're referring to a little bit later. We can take the document down for now. And witness, in your SPO interview and during witness preparation, you refer to meeting Hashim Thaçi for the first time in Prapachan in August of 1998. And my question for you now is, was that the only time you met Hashim Thaçi in August of 1998?
This is the first time I met with him.
You're saying in Prapachan in August 98, right?
Po,
Correct. Prapachan, August 98. Some 3 days before Loja fell.
Now, in August 1998, is that the only time you met Hashim Thaçi, or did you meet him again?
në gusht që më taku edhe në
I met him in August also in Klečka. And this was 2 days before Klečka was taken over, in the house of Zenel Shala, where I was sheltered because I was wounded.
Meeting in Klečka, before or after the meeting with Hashim Thaçi in Prapachan?
ishte pas takimit.
This was after the meeting in Prapachan.
And you mentioned it was 2 days before Klečka was taken over. What is the day and what month that Klečka was taken over?
Është morë me Klečka ka ra me 20.
Klečka fell on the 25th of August 98.
Was anyone present with Hashim Thaçi on this occasion in Klečka?
Ishte komandant
Commander Komanova was there, and I think he brought Hashim Thaçi there. It was his, I think, working visit in relation to the discussion Commander Komanova had with me.
Here, when you say it was his working visit, whose working visit are you talking about?
komandant Kumanov.
Commander Komanova, who commanded the positions in Luzhnitz and Klečka.
What was Commander Komanova's real name?
Pas lufte kom marrë
I learned after the war that his name was Ismet Yashari.
Commander Komanova, Ismet Yashari alive?
jo, ajo është
No, he was killed on the day of the assault in the positions in Luzhnitz on the 25th of August.
25th of August 98 is when Commander Komanova died.
po.
Correct.
Now, what did Commander Komanova say, if anything, to you on this occasion in Klečka when you met?
Komandant Kumanova mi ka
Commander Komanova tried to explain to me how he had organized the defense of the positions in Luzhnitz in order to prevent the Serbian forces penetrating into Klečka, and also other positions. I remember very well our discussion about those positions and what we should do to improve those positions. We agreed for him to come back 1 or 2 days later and carry me, wounded as I was, and take me to the positions, to the location, so that I could personally inspect and see the situation. He secured the. When I asked him, have you secured the right or the left directions? He said the right direction is a mountainous area. They cannot penetrate from that area, to which I replied, that's precisely where they will come from.
Komanova gave you this information. Was Hashim Thaçi present? Could he hear what Commander Komanova was saying to you?
po ishin bashkë.
Yes, they were together.
Thaçi say anything in relation to this subject matter, what you just described, that Commander Komanova was saying to you about the Organization of Defense Positions, or not?
The 3 times I met with Hashim Thaçi during the war in Kosovo, that was the first time that Hashim Thaçi spoke. During the 2 other encounters, he didn't say anything. I recall that during my interview for Combi, he said that I have said many good words about him. So he praised me for saying good things in that interview, but that he did not agree with me about some things, but he didn't specify what things.
Just for clarity, did Hashim Thaçi tell you he agreed with some things he said and didn't agree with some things he said in Combi during this visit in Klečka in August of '98?
Because it was the first and only time he talked with me in the war, I remember. He told me that with most of the things I said during that interview, he agreed, but that he did not agree with some other things, but didn't specify what things.
What Hashim Thaçi was wearing on this occasion?
I think a military uniform, the same uniform.
And do you recall whether Hashim Thaçi had anything with him when he spoke to you on this occasion?
I don't recall what kind of weapon he had.
About the weapon in general, did he have anything with him? Was he holding anything, or did he show you anything?
No, nothing else. We focused on the conversation of Commander Kumanova with me.
Hashim Thaçi talked to you about your Combi interview. Did he have a copy of that interview with him?
Objection, leading.
That's not leading, Your Honor.
It's leading, sustained.
Witness, do you recall during witness preparation stating that Hashim Thaçi had a copy of the
Objection.
Combi interview?
Objection. He's not asked for leave to, and he's now impeaching.
I'm not impeaching, Your Honor. For now, I'm asking if he said something. If I need to go to the note, I will seek your leave.
Your Honor, may we do this outside the presence of the witness then?
Hey, just hold on. Yes, witness, you're excused for just a few minutes. You may leave the courtroom with the court usher. Go ahead.
Mr. President, my objection is he's been now asked clearly on the record, do you recall Hashim Thaçi had anything with him when he spoke to you on this occasion? I don't recall what kind of weapon he had. Question, I'm not asking about a weapon in general. Did he have anything? Was he holding anything? Or did he show you anything? Answer, no, nothing else. Full stop. Now the question comes back after a sustained objection. Witness, do you recall during the preparation session, and now he's using his preparation note 2 to lead him to contradict what the answer he just gave, which is that no, he wasn't holding anything else and had nothing else in his possession. So I object, and if he intends to go that route, Rule 143 specifies he has to ask for leave either to refresh recollection or to impeach.
Your Honor, in our submissions, we are not yet at the stage where I have to seek leave under 143 or the Order on Conduct of Proceedings. My question, which I don't even think I finished, was first whether he remembered saying something during witness preparation. He either remembered or he did not. If he does not, then yes, I would likely ask your leave to show him the document, and the reason for that is that it's not admitted into evidence. And this is a relevant line of questioning because a week ago the witness said something, and now he's saying something else. So
All
we
right,
should
but
follow that.
Please don't beg him to follow your lead and give you the answer you want. You may ask that simple question, nothing beyond it at this point.
To be clear, Your Honor, and so that we avoid anything further in front of the witness, my intention, if you agree, is I will ask him, do you recall during witness preparation saying that Hashim Thaçi had a copy of the Combi interview with him during this encounter?
You may ask that. Go further without asking leave.
Certainly.
You may bring the witness back.
Thank you. Witness, we were just talking about Klečka, August 1998, when you met Hashim Thaçi and Commander Kumanova there. My question is, do you recall during witness preparation saying that Hashim Thaçi had a copy of the Combi interview with him during this encounter?
That calls a yes for a yes or no answer.
Po.
Yes.
Did you meet Hashim Thaçi again in 1998 or 1999?
Jam takun të tu.
I met him in October 98 in Ladrovs.
Was Hashim Thaçi alone when you met him in October 98 in Ladrovs?
Jo, ka qenë.
No, he was with Sabit Getzi and somebody that people refer to by the name of Raketa.
And where in Ladrovs did you meet these three individuals in October 98?
Jemi takuar as.
We met by accident in the road. They were going by car to Selit village. I was with Javid Buchay, my cousin, walking to rehabilitate myself. I used to walk several kilometers a day, and we met them by accident.
You mentioned they were going to Selit village. Do you know why they were going there on that occasion?
Senik. In the direction of Senik they were going.
Do you know why they were going in that direction on that occasion?
Pastaj në takim me ta.
Then when I met them, I found out that they were withdrawing some of the wounded to take them to Albania, including Sabit Getzi.
You mentioned Raketa being present. Was he a KLA member at the time in October 98?
Ka qenë në.
He was dressed in a KLA uniform.
Did you know then, or did you learn later, what Raketa's role in the KLA was?
Mas luftë ka qenë tonë kohën.
After the war, he was a bodyguard of Mr. Thaçi. When he was a party chairman, prime minister, and to my knowledge also when he was president, he was a close bodyguard to him.
Raketa's role was during the war?
Jo.
No.
You mentioned they were going by car. Who was driving that car on this occasion?
Sa më kujtohet Sabit.
Sabit Getzi, I think.
And am I understanding correctly that you saw them on the streets?
Po.
Yes, yes.
them anywhere else other than on the street?
Elam taki
We agreed to meet and talk together in the house of Shevket Buchai, whose pseudonym was the teacher, Masusi. They went there by car. Myself and my cousin walked to the place because it was not far.
And did you then meet Sabit Getzi, Hashim Thaçi, and Raketa at Masusi's home?
keminaj gjithë
We stayed all together in the Oda, in the guest room of Shevket Buchai, who was also there present.
Hashim Thaçi speak to you on this occasion, either when you met on the street or at the Oda?
Jo, Hashim
No, he didn't utter a word. I was surprised to meet him there. Also to meet Sabit Getzi, whom I knew from Slovenia from before. Since 89-90, I knew him.
Did Sabit Getzi speak to you either on the street or in Masusi's Oda?
në rrugë kujtohet
I remember I addressed him in Slovenian when I met him on the road. Then, in that Oda, we talked together in Albanian, with Sabit, that is. It was a long time I hadn't seen him, and we talked together.
What did you and Sabit Getzi talk about on this occasion in the Oda?
kem bo edhe shako ashtu.
We also joked like we did before in Slovenia. I said, how come that they didn't shot at you half a meter above, but only at the leg? And then Sabit offered me to go together to Albania to recover, but I decided to remain in Kosovo. It was a half an hour meeting to have a coffee together and in a way to discuss some things with a friend I knew from before in Slovenia. I think Mr. Thaçi was surprised that we knew each other so well.
This book, and that is U002-3041-U002-3143, and its English translation at U002-3080, U002-3141-ET, and I'd like to turn to page U002-3127 in both versions, please. It should be PDF page 87 in Albanian and 48 in English. So I apologize, I'm constantly one off in the Albanian, it's the previous page. Yes. And witness, this is another page from your book, and I'm going to start reading from, in English we can zoom to the bottom half of the page. I'm going to read from the from the title there, Kosovo Needs the Unity. And in Albanian, if we could zoom then on the right-hand side. So I'm going to read what is written here, and then I have some questions. Kosovo needs the unity of the political and military factors. Mr. Maloku, it has been said that you have been wounded. Please tell those of us at Deutsche Welle in what circumstances you received your wounds and how is your health now. Maloku, I was wounded a month ago when fighting in Munich, and my health is currently good. And soon I will carry out the duties that are set for me by the KLA General Staff. In the communiqué issued from the meeting of 21 August, the staff of the 3rd Operational Zone for the Tukujini Plain requested the institutionalization of political and military life in Kosovo. Does this also mean the formation of a coalition government that would also have representatives of the KLA, Maloku. The situation is such that I have also asked for the institutionalization of the Kosovo Liberation Army earlier, which means that the KLA should be brought within the framework of the state institutions of Kosovo. What government will be formed and how is an issue for the leaders of all of the political parties. However, our request and our opinion is that the KLA should be brought within the framework of the Republic of Kosovo. What do you think about the new negotiation team and the KLA respect? And will the KLA respect any prospective agreement between Pristina and Belgrade? Maloku. The KLA must first be brought into the framework of the state institutions, and in every conversation and negotiation will naturally be respected by the KLA if it is in the framework of, and we can turn to the next page in both, please. And zoom in on the left in Albanian and the top in English. So I was saying, if it is in the framework of the institutions, the entire issue, in my opinion, has been held up by the leaders of the political parties and the disagreements among them. On this page, just for the record, we're now on page 3128. If we can move to the bottom of this entry, just above the number 172 in English, and if we can scroll down in Albanian, and zoom in on the bottom bracketed text. And here it reads, this interview was broadcast on Deutsche Welle Radio on 26 August 1998 in the 1700 hours edition of the news. The interview was conducted by the author of the book. Witness, my question for you is, do you recall this interview with Deutsche Welle in August 1998?
Yes, I do. It was an interview that I gave by phone, and it was broadcast by Deutsche Welle.
And does what I read out from your book correspond to what was broadcasted from your interview at the time?
It does also correspond with my stand, namely the need for the unification of the military and political factors, without which we as a party could not sit down in the negotiation table to resolve the problem of Kosovo and to end the war. That was my position, which I made clear publicly. It's a direct interview taken of me from Deutsche Welle, and it reflects accurately what I said.
We can take this document down, and instead please call up P01853 and P01853ET, and we can stay for now on the first page of both, please. Witness, on your screen now is a different document. On the left, it's in Albanian. Let's turn briefly to the second page, only in Albanian for now, please. Had you seen, Witness, this document before I showed it to you last week?
No.
We can see that it's a co-editorial article dated the 2nd of September 1998, and that it purports to contain an interview with Jakub Krasniqi. In the English, let's please turn to the second page, where I'm going to read from the last question on this page with the answer that will run into the next page. In the Albanian, it's a little complicated. Let's stay on the second page and zoom in on the last question in the middle column, please. We can zoom even more, directly below the photo, more. More. Yes, so I'm going to start from the question and answer at the bottom of that column. And just for awareness, it continues on the first page in the third column at the top. But we can move that later. I'm going to read it anyway. So witness, I'm going to read from this item, and then I have a question for you. KD. The creation of this headquarters and the statement of some KLA officers, such as Maloku on Deutsche Welle, are commented on as a sign of splits within the KLA. Do there exist splits? Krasniqi. The general staff of the KLA is not divided, but the enemy is trying to weave a spider's web around the Kosovo Liberation Army and those who are nobly involved with it. Unfortunately, in this web, you can find some ex-Yugoslav army officers who seem to have difficulty in making the transition from mercenary to freedom fighter. We think that no comment is required on the interviews given by unauthorized and irresponsible people. So I'll stop there, but in Albanian, if we could go back to the first page, just to show the witness where I was reading from. And as I said, zoom in on the third column, so to the right of the photo, please. And you can zoom in further. So witness, you will have heard the interpretation through the headphones, but just so you know, the last part that I read in Albanian appears on your screen now. Now, witness, my question is, were you aware that Jakub Krasniqi had purportedly said this?
Jo.
No.
Did you ever have any discussions with Jakub Krasniqi about your public interviews?
Jo.
No.
Thank you. We can take the document down, and Your Honor, I think this is a good time for the break.
Witness, we'll take a half-hour break at this time, as we did yesterday, from 11 to 11:30. Please do not speak to anyone outside of the courtroom. If someone tries to speak with you, report it to us immediately. You may leave the court with the court usher now.
1 minute.
Thank you.
Your Honor, in case it assists, I anticipate that I need 30 to 45 minutes to complete my examination.
Thank you.
Mr. President, may I inquire as to whether this witness needs to finish tomorrow, by tomorrow?
Your Honor, I need to check about something. I also, if I make submissions, they would need to be in private session. If you allow me, I'm going to check about something in the break, and I'll get back to you because it relates more to another witness, not this one. So I just need to get my facts straight, and I will get back to you all.
I just want to alert the panel that I think defense has some cross-examination. Mine may go longer than my original estimate in light of new material in the preparation session. So just so that we don't have a problem tomorrow about not having enough time, and the defense would like to have sufficient time to cross.
You will have sufficient time.
I can say that I'm not aware of issues with this witness staying
Well, let's
longer.
let's
I'll get back
confirm
to you on
that.
anything. No,
Let's confirm
that I can confirm, Your Honor, about this witness. I'll get back to you if I have anything on another witness.
All right, we'll take this up before we start after the break. So we're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Mr. Pacha, have you been able to confirm about this witness's availability after tomorrow?
In relation to this witness, as I said before, we are not aware of any changes to his availability. We also cannot communicate with him directly. He's under oath. So if anyone is to inquire, that would be the registry. It's what I said in relation to the next witness that I want to flag for now, is that that witness might have time constraints, which may require that witness to start and finish testimony on Thursday. So the issue then becomes if the current witness goes into Thursday. But I think it's a bit premature to deal with that now, and we will gather any further information we can, and then we can deal with the issue if it arises.
Well, all right.
Mr. President, just for the record, I don't think it's premature because he's at about 4 hours now. I don't know the exact number, but the longer the prosecution goes beyond 4 hours, to the extent that there's a risk that it takes away from the defense time, then it is of a concern to us.
Your Honor, I'm certainly not suggesting anything should be taken away from the defense time. I don't know how that was interpreted that way. Obviously, the defense can have the time it estimated, or if it needs more, that's up to the judges.
Well, you are almost at 4 hours now.
Yep, I understand, Your Honor. The only thing I'm flagging is that it may be that if this witness bleeds into Thursday, we might have to start and finish the next witness before we finish this one. We're not there yet, so we'll see if we need to.
Bring in the witness, please. All right, Mr. Pacha.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, are you familiar with the newspaper Fact?
I saw after the war that there was a magazine, Fact, published in Tirana, but I did not have their publications.
While ever giving an interview to a magazine or a newspaper called Fact?
Ja.
No.
I'd like to call up P00916 and P00916ET, and let's turn to page 105467 in both, please. Witness, on your screen now is a document on the left in Albanian and on the right in English. Had you seen the document on the left before I showed it to you last week?
Ja.
No.
We zoom into the top part of the document where there's the header and also the date on the side under the Nexo Exclusive. So we see the name of this publication is Revista Ostraraka, and then we see on the left written vertically a date of 1st September 1998. And I'm now going to ask to turn to another page within this item, which is page 105481, please, in both languages. And if we scroll down to the bottom, we can see that this is page 15. So that would be page 15 of the publication I just showed you the cover for. And if now we can go to the very top of both versions, please. Even higher in the Albanian, and zoom in a little bit on the text in blue in Albanian, the first line. And the same in English, the first line. Perhaps we need to zoom out a little so we can see the whole of it. I will read it. Witness, the first line says, exclusive interview with the senior officer of the Kosovo Liberation Army, Naim Maloku, given to the fact newspaper Skopje. Does that refresh your recollection at all or not, witness, in terms of giving an interview to a publication known as Fact?
Jo,
No, I've never given an interview to Fact.
I'm going to read the penultimate question and answer in the middle column so we can scroll down in both versions. And we can zoom in onto the middle column. That's good in English. On the same location on the page in Albanian. Yes, that's good. So I'm going to read and then I have a question or more. Fact. Which of the politicians would you accept to lead the KLA? And Maloku. I'm led by the senior military officers. I would like for the KLA to be under the control of the state institutions as soon as possible. This would be even better. In terms of the commander of the armed forces, I think that this position belongs to the head of the state. And our head is Ibrahim Rugova, who for 8 or 9 years now has done the utmost for his country and remained in Kosovo, although it was a difficult thing to do. I personally think that the army belongs to the state and the state is comprised by the people. The KLA belongs to the people and no one could manipulate it. My question for you witnesses, does what is attributed to you here reflect your opinion at the time, as also set out in other media interviews we looked at today?
kjo intervistë dhe
This interview and the photograph were taken from the newspaper Kombi, where I gave the original interview. Now, is anything different in the sentence? I don't know, but the content comes from the newspaper. The photograph also is taken from the Kombi newspaper. The article was published on the 5th of July 98, although I gave the interviews about towards the end of June.
And am I understanding correctly that what is attributed to you here reflects or is similar to what you told Kombi in the July publication?
Po shumica janë
And the majority is similar. I would need to compare the article from Kombi with this one, because the journalist who republished this interview might have changed or redrafted certain things. But I see the photograph is from the Kombi interview, and the journalist whom I mentioned before who came and interviewed me.
Witness, earlier you testified about meeting Hashim Thaçi in person in Klečka in August 98 and in Ladrots in October 98. Did you ever meet or otherwise communicate with him again after the October 1998 meeting?
Njëherë në telefon.
On one occasion, over the phone, using the phone of Mr. Krasniqi, I was called to go into the office and I spoke to Mr. Thaçi.
Name of the Mr. Krasniqi you're referring to in this incident?
Zoti Jakub Krasniqi.
Mr. Jakub Krasniqi, who was the spokesperson of the KLA.
And that you were called to go into the office of Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. Could you clarify where that office was?
Në shtëpinë që i thoshim
In the house we call the White House of the General Staff.
And you said that you were called to go into that office. Who called you to go there?
pa e dërgojnë duket një
I think he sent a soldier over for me, a soldier who was in the corridor.
He, are you referring to Mr. Krasniqi or to somebody else?
po ushtaj më tha që po ju
The soldier told me Mr. Krasniqi is asking for you. That's all I know.
Said that you spoke to Mr. Thaçi. What did you and Mr. Thaçi speak about on the phone on this instance, on this occasion?
ishte një intervistë im
I had given an interview to Kosova Sot on the 28th of November. The commemoration publication was published on the 28th.
Did either you or Mr. Thaçi mention this publication during the conversation?
po ai ishte
Yes, he said that it would be wise and good that I did not give any further interviews to newspapers.
Did Mr. Thaçi say anything else to you over the phone on this occasion?
po më tha që mendoj që është
He said, I think that is sufficient, meaning giving interviews to newspapers. That suffices. There was nothing else. I replied, when you come here, we can discuss the content and the reasons for which I gave this interview. The journalist met me by chance in Dragobil and I gave an interview.
The transcript reads that Mr. Thaçi told you, I think that is sufficient, meaning giving interviews to newspapers, that suffices. Is that correct?
Correct.
What did you understand Mr. Thaçi to mean when he said this?
unë e kam kuptu vetëm që
I understood this, that there might be some disagreements on his side regarding a part or portions of my interview. That interview received the support of the Chief of Staff and that of Salih Veseli, who was my chief. So we discussed that interview before I spoke to Mr. Thaçi.
That Mr. Thaçi said it would be wise and good that I did not give any further interviews to newspapers.
Po.
To your recollection, did anyone else in something similar to you?
Jo kur.
No, never.
Could you tell us when this conversation over the phone with Mr. Thaçi in Mr. Jakub Krasniqi's office happened?
Ka ndodhë në dhjetor, në
This happened in December 98.
And could you clarify what type of phone that was?
telefoni satelitor.
A satellite phone.
Do you know whether it was Mr. Thaçi who called Mr. Krasniqi or vice versa?
We object to that question, Your Honor. The witness has clearly said that he was called to go there and then spoke on the phone.
Your Honor, counsel misunderstands the witness's evidence.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Witness, my question is, do you know whether Mr. Thaçi called Mr. Krasniqi over the phone or Mr. Krasniqi called Mr. Thaçi over the phone before you were called into the office?
Unë kur kam hinë
When I walked into the office of Mr. Krasniqi, they were already having this phone conversation. He passed the phone to me. They were already having a conversation. I do not know who called who.
126674-126682 and the English translation 126680-126682-ET and turn to page 126680. Yes, we can see on the first page in English and in Albanian go to the corresponding page 126680. Witness, the document on the left is in Albanian. Did you provide that to the SPO?
Po. Po.
Yes.
That it's an interview of yours with, if we scroll down to the bottom on both versions, please, we can see that it's an interview of yours with Gazeta Shqiptare dated 2nd March 1999. Do you recall giving that interview?
Po, e kam thonë me
Yes, this was a phony interview I gave from the village of Jablanic.
Let's please turn in the English to the second page and zoom in on the fourth paragraph, where I'm going to read from the KLA representatives. In Albanian, it's on the current page, towards the middle of the third column. In English, that's okay, and in Albanian, yes, if we can zoom into the middle of the third column. We can zoom in a little more and a little lower, please. There, that's good. Witness, I'm going to read a line and you can either see it in Albanian or listen to the interpretation. The KLA representatives, sorry, I misspoke. I'm going to read from, yes, the KLA representatives. The KLA representatives in Rambouillet have been appointed and have been delegated by the GS of the KLA itself. So they went to Rambouillet with the mandate of the GS of the KLA. A And my question, witness, is how did you know this information?
Po ishte publikisht e ditun që
This was public information. The fact that to my knowledge, the KLA General Staff had 5 representatives who represented the KLA in the peace negotiations in Rambouillet.
And let's now turn to page 8 in the English version. And there we'll zoom in on the 3rd paragraph, where I will read from I Still Remain. In Albanian, this is on page 126682, from the last 3 lines in the first column. So the upper half of the document and the first column, please. Witness, once again, I will read in English. You can follow in Albanian on the screen or listen. And this has you saying, I still remain loyal to what I have said about President Rugova. I value Rugova as a person who does not have the sense of betrayal of the nation, of the national cause in his genes. The peaceful way and the policy which President Rugova has pursued have not been to the detriment of the national cause. And my question, witness, is, do you recall saying that during this interview with Gazeta
po
Shqiptare?
sakt.
Yes, that's correct.
Sakt, Presidenti
That is correct. President Rugova was part of the delegation there.
We seek to admit this item, so that would be, the English translation is 126680-126682-ET, and this is at the corresponding pages from 126674-126682. If it is admitted, it can be public, and it would be part of P022093, from which we've already admitted other excerpts.
Any objection? 126680 to 126682 ET is admitted.
That would be, Your Honor, along with the corresponding Albanian.
Yes, with the Albanian, yes.
Thank you, Your Honors. These pages will be then added to P022093. Thank you, Your Honors.
We can take this document down, and instead I'd like to call up U001-5809, U001-5810, along with its English translation, which is the same ARN with -ET at the end.
May I ask for the URNs again, please?
U001-5809, U001-5810. Thank you, and we can stay on the first page for now. Witness, this is another document. On the left, you see it in Albanian. Had you seen this document before? I showed it to you last week.
Jo.
No.
You can see here that it refers to the KLA Dukagini Operational Zone Command, 16 March 1999, and to report. And if we could please turn to the second page in both versions, please. And if we can zoom in on the very last words on the pages. Here we see, witness, that it refers to the intelligence sector. I would now like to go back to the first page, and I'm going to read from the second paragraph. That's good in Albanian and in English. Thank you, that's good. Witness, I'm going to read and then ask you some questions. On 14 March 1999, the Jabal military police collected 4 automatic rifles in Bech and returned to the base without any problems. I think that the major who turned up at the Kajini Operational Zone Command under the pseudonym Murad Dibra, who was brought here by Naim Moloku, should not be allowed to be on active duty in Lugu Ibaranit, Baran Valley area. During his field activities with the population, Naim Moloku has always propagated the idea of institutionalization and operationalization of Kosovo government departments. Naim Moloku has also invited 15 military officers to come to the war areas. In his interviews given to newspapers such as Mladina, Gazeta Shqiptar, etc., Naim Moloku has adopted a pro-government stance and has praised Rugova's policy. The international commentators have highly appreciated these interviews. He has propagated similar ideas also in Kralan, Buchan, Gergot, etc. He is in continuous contact with Sadri Veseli from Jablanica. Now, witness, this item refers to Murat Dibra. Do you know who that is?
Yes. I did not bring him there. He came to the Dukajini operational zone with a group of soldiers from Albania. There was the Major Gzimas Dreni, who had been for 22 years chief of the territorial defense in the Greater Dibra in Macedonia. And had come to contribute to the war effort in Kosovo.
And to be clear, the part I read you says the pseudonym is Murad Dibra. What is that person's actual name?
I told you that sometimes he would introduce himself as Murat, at other times as Major. This person was Gzim Ozdreni.
And so the same person that you're talking about is the one who...
Yes, the same person. The same person who then in the Macedonian War, he was the chief of staff constantly.
He came to the Dukajini zone with a group of soldiers from Albania. Do you know how many soldiers came with him?
They were probably around 50 soldiers, but some of them remained in the Dukajini operational zone and others went to other zones, because Dukajin was one of the main routes for people, weapons supply, and volunteers. He remained in the Dukajini operational zone.
How many of those soldiers remained in the Dukajini operational zone of the ones he brought with him?
I think there were some 4 other soldiers from Skopje who joined Brigade 134.
And once Murad Dibra, one of his names, we can use that, came to the Dukajini operational zone, did you have any interactions with him?
First of all, he communicated with Ramush Haradinaj, the zone commander. Then he took me to take him with me because he considered him very old. With me was also Shaban. Shaban too was considered old, so They were there to help me in the inspection and visits to various units of the Dukagjin operational zone.
This request came in to take him with you. How often would you see Murad Dibra after that?
Nuk kemi nda kur.
We never separated. Even when we went to Albania, to Koshare, I received the orders from Bislim Zurabi to take Gzim Ostrani and go to Albania together. This is the Gzim Ostrani I mentioned when I got the order to go to Albania with him. And together we reorganized Brigade 133 because the commander of that brigade was gravely wounded. Then it was reorganized again in Albania, but now as a battalion under the command of Gzim Ostrani. It was incorporated in Brigade 138 and participated in fighting until the end of the war. Gzim Ostrani was now as a battalion commander in the context of Brigade 133 until the end of the war.
To your knowledge, was Gzim Ostrani or Murad Dibra and the soldier or the officers he brought with him into the Dukagjini area at first, were they aligned with the LDK or with FARC?
Nuk ishte oficer.
There were no other officers. There were no other officers with him. In the document, which does not have any seal of the zone, where it's mentioned, maybe I have said that I called other officers to come to fight in Kosovo. From the very beginning, I did that.
For a moment, let's focus on Murad Dibra himself. Was he an LDK or FARC officer?
Unë nuk kom njoft.
I didn't know any FARC or LDK officer. We were officers who wanted to join the war effort, and we used various routes. I don't recognize any other affiliation, so to say. We were all professional officers, whether they were FARC or whatever, I don't know. I don't understand what you are putting to me. We were in a war with an enemy. We didn't have other enemies. There were only the Serb police and military forces that were our enemies.
The passage I read also mentions Naimoloko has also invited 15 military officers to come to the war areas. Could you clarify whether you ever invited officers, 15 or otherwise, to come to the war areas?
I invited them, but they didn't come.
And where were these officers that didn't come?
They were in Tirana.
The passage I read mentions you having given an interview to newspapers such as Mladina. Do you recall giving an interview to a publication called Mladina?
Mladina.
Yes.
When you gave that interview?
Yes. It was a magazine called Mladina. They sent their reporter to the Dukagjini area. I gave the interview in Jablanica, where the staff of the zone was, during the time that our delegation was in Rambuja.
And to be clear, could you specify the month and year when that was?
It was in March 98.
Më falni, shkurt.
Sorry, it was February 98.
Sa e dytë. 99, më falni.
No, 99, excuse me, 99.
Passage I read also mentions you having given interviews to newspapers such as Gazeta Shqiptar. Earlier, we looked at a 2nd March 99 interview with that newspaper. Do you recall having given any other interviews to Gazeta Shqiptar in 98 or 99?
Jo, është ai.
Oh, no. The report that apparently has surveyed me, I didn't know that, it mentions that interview of the 2nd of March 99.
And the passage I read mentions that you propagated similar ideas in Kralan, Buchan, and Gergots. Had you visited these locations in 98 or 99?
Jo, kjo.
No. This is about 99. The date here is 99, 16 March. I went to Dukajin in 99. I visited all these villages. Otherwise, I could do nothing other than support the delegation in Rambouillet. What could I do? What would it serve to say that Rugova was a traitor if he was in Rambouillet? How could I do that? What impression could that make in the population? It stands to reason. As an officer, I had to call on the population to support our delegation in Rambouillet. Composed of our political representatives, the KLA representatives.
My question, and I have limited time. Thank you. This passage mentions Sadri Zenelli. Who is that?
Sadri Zenelli.
Sadri Zenelli.
Një personi.
He's from Jablanica. He was a member of the KLA. Maybe I have met him more often, and he thought that I had any connection with him, but I never knew him before the war.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honours, we do object to the admission of this document in quite stark contrast to the other documents which have been shown to
Your Honour, I'm sorry to interrupt, but perhaps we can make submissions in the absence of the witness.
Yes.
If this may prejudice any further questioning.
I'm happy to do that, Your Honours.
Please, witness, you'll be excused for just a minute.
Po, nuk ka problem.
Yes, no problem.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honours. In stark contrast to the other documents that have been shown to the witness, where he either participated in preparing them or actually identified the process in the document as part of his working functions and operation. This document is one that not only has he not seen before, but he is unable to confirm the contents of the document. It is a document that's unsigned, not stamped. The witness himself has said he noted there was no seal of the zone. So we have no idea where this document came from specifically and where it was going to. But most importantly, in our submission, the witness is unable to confirm the contents. He said that he did not bring the major there, that they were there already. There's no mention of 50 soldiers in this document. There's no mention of Ramesh Haradinai and the whole process he described about going to Albania. And to refer to the newspapers and the visits and one person as a way of trying to get the document in our submission fails. That evidence can be led in chief, obviously, as it has been, but it doesn't authenticate the document any further. This is a document that's part of the SPO bar table motion F02997. It's item 216 on that motion for Duke-Eugene. And our submission is that it should be considered in that context, in light of all the evidence and in light of our submission, but it's not properly admitted through this witness because it hasn't been prima facie authenticated, given the witness's own evidence on the document.
Go ahead, Mr. Koch.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll start with the last point first. This seems to be a reversal of the previous defense position. When we try to admit something to the bar table, they often say it should go into a witness. Now you're hearing the opposite. That should be given no weight. In terms of authentication, I refer to the panel's decision F02644, paragraph 11, and there are many others of this nature by the panel. In this case, the panel said, admission of a document is not conditioned by proof of the identity of the author of the document. We were all present in court when the witness, having been put this passage from this item, gave evidence in relation to each point at which he's mentioned. So it's correct, as counsel said, that he disputes that he brought Murad Dibra with him, but you heard him say that they didn't leave each other's sight from the moment Murad Dibra was assigned to inspect units with the witness. Similarly, the witness also, this document also says that the witness invited, here it says 15 military officers to come to the war areas. Certainly the witness didn't say 15, but he agreed that he did in fact do that. And then we have the articles in the newspapers, very specifically Mladina and Gazeta Shqiptare, one of which was actually shown and is now admitted, and the other which the witness recollects having given. I think it goes without saying that the relevance of this item stemming from the intelligence sector per the document itself is to the case, and it shows that certain parts of the KLA were keeping track, including of members of the KLA itself, and producing reports thereon. And as I said, the fact that it is standard in the bar table motion should not be held against its admission at this stage. We should not be raising the bar for admission. It meets the criteria, all of the criteria. And those are our submissions, unless there are further questions or objections.
Your Honor, just to be clear, I wasn't saying it should be admitted through the bar table. I was saying that's the proper vehicle for it to be considered in light of all of the evidence. And we have opposed its admission there as well, but that's for Your Honors to determine.
The objection's overruled. The document will be admitted. It meets the prima facie standard of 138 as to relevance, authenticity, and probative value. Go ahead. Oh, we need the witness. Please bring the witness back in.
Should I assign him the exhibit number, Your Honors? Yes, thank you, Your Honors. U0015809 to U0015810, and its corresponding English translation will be assigned exhibit number P02102, and it's currently classified as confidential.
Thank you.
It can be public.
And it's reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Go ahead, Mr. Potch.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can take the document down. Witness. Do you know Bayram Mazrekai from Vox?
Po, Bayram
Yes, Bayram Mazreko was one of the commanders of Vox, of the Vox staff.
Did you meet him in 98 or 99?
ja kam taku not
I met him in 98, I think in July 98.
Moving to something different, and I'd like to call off the witness's book again, and that is U0023041, U0023143, and its English translation at U0023080-U0023141-ET. And let's please turn to page U0023116. The PDF page should be 76 in Albanian, but I might be wrong. In fact, it's 75. And in English, it would be PDF page 37. Witness, this is another page from your book, and I'm going to start reading from the top of the page in English, so we could zoom in on the first paragraphs, please, for now. And then the court officer could perhaps scroll as I read. I'm going to start from the words regarding my demobilization, so the third line. And in Albanian, this will be on the left-hand side. So we can zoom into the left-hand page. Yes, from the fourth line. Thank you. So I'm going to read a couple of passages and then ask you some questions. Regarding my demobilization, I can say that there are still some circumstances that are not that pleasant for me, because, as I said, there was not an order waiting for me for a set, decisive engagement in any duty from the time that I was in Albania. I did not leave the war. I joined the Agim Ramadani 138 Brigade. I spoke with Bislim Zerapi, who at the time was in Kooks. However, he too had problems of a similar nature. One day before the NATO troops entered Kosovo, that is after the Komanovo Agreement was signed, Bislim Zerapi removed me from Koshare, and on his order I went to Kooks. Bislim had planned that I would also come along when the English officers came to the General Staff with the first helicopter from Albania. I do not know the duties and motives, but in a phone call with the Chief of the General Staff, Agim Ceku, brackets, he came in April and he became the Chief of the Staff, close brackets, he refused my entrance and that of Shaban Muslio in the English helicopter, and so I remained in Kooks. NATO forces entered Kosovo, and I begged Fadil Demiri to take me to Jakova. I entered Jakova Vardo Bruna, Has and Prush Pass, 3-4 days after the Italian forces. Everyone had their duty in Jakova. I went to Ramush Haradinaj, and he told me that he did not have competencies to give me another duty since I was part of the General Staff. He carried out his own military duties on the ground. I stayed in Jakova a few days. Everyone was doing their own business there. I helped a little with the civil organization in the defense of the factories. I had a broadcast on the radio Jakova. In a word, normal life and business began. Mensur Kasumi came there from the General Staff. Brackets. Mensur was a comrade of mine back in Croatia. He was a comrade of Famila Drovci, and they had fought together in Bosnia, and he had come to Kosovo with Bislim Zerapi in the Shala operational zone. Close brackets. And he told me that there was a reorganization of the General Staff happening, and he had not heard anything being said about my involvement. I spoke through the night with Mensur Kasumi at great length about our lives, from our first acquaintanceship in September 1991 in the Gospic unit. That day, I wrote a request for demobilization. I urgently requested to be demobilized within 7 days, and I gave the request to Mensur for him to give it to the General Staff. I'm now going to read from the last 5 lines on the same page, and then I have some questions. We can zoom in on the English to the last lines, and in Albanian it's going to be on the other side now. Sorry, it's still going to be, yes. Practically speaking, I was demobilized from the Kosovo Liberation Army on 1 July 1999. The General Staff simply did not invite me either for a meeting or for a conversation. This is not important, but I was demobilized. I went to my family in Slovenia, then I went for a checkup on my wounds in Mainz near Frankfurt, Germany. And in August, I took my family from Slovenia and set ourselves up in prison. This is all. Now, witness, my first question is, in the passage towards the beginning, you mentioned that Bislim Zirapi had problems of a similar nature. Could you tell the judges what those problems of a similar nature were?
Ai kishte përgadit
To my knowledge, he had prepared and had been from the beginning in the preparation and leadership of the Arrow operation in the Bastrik area. Because the Brigade 138 was part of the operation, the brigade was stationed in Koszare. So after several days of Bislim planning how to breach the front, based on what Bislim told me, Fatmi Limay and Husni Sula arrived and took over the command of that sector. And this was some reason of dissatisfaction on Bislim's side, for which he returned to Tirana and then came back to Kukas. So this was the problem, a reason for which he also was considering to demobilize from the KLA, which actually happened. So these were the issues in question, the problems.
Passage you mentioned that Agim Ceku refused your entrance and Shaban Musliu's. Do you know why?
Unë nuk e di çfarë.
I don't know what task I would have had had I gone to the general staff. What would I have conveyed there? What I know is that Agim Ceku said we don't need those two. He only asked for some uniforms, new uniforms, which we did. I went to Kukas the idea of going to the general staff.
You've also mentioned him in your testimony earlier. You mentioned Mensur Kasumi. My question is, what was his role in the KLA to your knowledge?
Mensur
Kasumi was initially in the Shala operational zone, and when he visited me in Jakova, which is referred to in the book, he said he was in the general staff, but I do not know what his exact position was. And he told me about the reorganization of the general staff after the war at that time.
Did you meet or interact with Mensur Kasumi when you were based at the general staff between November 98 and January 99?
No, I did not have any communications with him. He was in the Shala operational zone, and I do not know what his functions were.
To your knowledge, did Mensur Kasumi have a nickname or pseudonym in 98 or 99?
No, I don't recall.
Your Honor, I have only a few minutes left. I'm just going to finish reading from where I left off, which is the last line on page 3116, and it goes into 3117 in both languages. So if we can zoom in, or other, it's literally the last line on the page in English we can see now, and in Albanian it's the same. I'm going to start reading, and then perhaps the court officer could turn the page after my first sentence. In his farewell message, Ramush Haradinai, in front of everyone, provoked me about my reasons to be demobilized. He said that I was being demobilized because of some disagreements with the acting head of the General Staff. I then gave my reasons as to why I had remained unsystematized. I said that I remained unsystematized primarily because of my statements during the war that, perhaps, conflicted with the positions of the political leadership of the KLA and not for military issues. I'm now going to read from the 5th paragraph on this page, starting from "and the third reason." And the third reason why I made statements, brackets, I will not change a single statement of mine, even today, close brackets, is that I wanted to absolve myself of decisions that harmed the war and harmed the building up of the Kosovo Liberation Army. I wanted to inform Albanian public opinion, both political and military opinion, that these were not my decisions. Rather, they were the decisions of others. I was an officer, and I wanted to dispel any fault from myself. Witness, do you recall saying this during the interview, which is recorded in your book?
Po.
Yes.
I have no further questions for the witness. I do have a tender to make, and that relates to the book, and I will do so now with your leave.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Potch.
So our tender concerns the witness's book that we've been referring to today and yesterday. The ERN of the book in Albanian is U002-304-1-U002-3143, and we seek to tender the pages of the book in relation to which we have an English translation on our exhibit list, and these are pages 3041 to 3045 and 3080 to 3141. The book in totality is 111 pages in Albanian, and this means we're tendering 67 pages of the book. 5 of those pages are the cover and initial pages without substantive content. At the beginning of his testimony, the witness authenticated the book and its contents and gave explanation as to where there may be any exaggerations therein. And throughout his testimony, he's provided additional relevant information concerning several excerpts thereof from the 10 or so pages that we put to him yesterday and today. The excerpts that were not specifically put to the witness, primarily for time constraints and deficiency of proceedings, are related or provide the necessary context to the excerpts specifically put to the witness. In addition, or in the alternative, they are of relevance to the witness's evidence and credibility, and to the SBO's case, including as concerns, for example, the witness's roles in the KLA's formation and structure, the KLA's participation in battles, the KLA's organization and activities in the Tukujini operational zone, the Rambouillet negotiations. Accordingly, the tender is in line with the observations made by Judge Metro during the 19 February 2025 Statehood Conference in relation to the SBO's tendering of book excerpts. And those are my submissions for now.
Objection to the book?
Perhaps if you could just clarify the number of pages, 67, is that in English and Albanian? That's the total that the SBO is seeking to admit? Or the whole book in Albanian as well? That's what I wish to clarify.
So there are 67 English pages, translation 67, and we are seeking to admit those 67 along with the corresponding 67 in Albanian. So from the 111 Albanian, we're seeking 67 in total.
We have no objection.
The book, as limited by Mr. Potch's statement, is admitted.
Your Honors, I will read the numbers on the record again, if my understanding is correct. U002-3041 to U002-3045, and U002 3080 to U002 3141 as English translation, and the corresponding Albanian will be then assigned exhibit number P02103 and is currently classified as confidential.
It can be public.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honors. It will be reclassified as public. Thank you.
Usual batting order for the defense. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. Maloku. My name is Luka Mišetić. I am counsel.
Mirdita.
Good afternoon. Good to hear.
Mr. Thaçi, and I will have some questions for you this afternoon.
Indeed.
Thank you.
With some background questions. You joined the KLA in March of 1998, and there was no formal process for you to join the KLA. Is that correct?
Io ishim vullnetar.
No, we were all volunteers.
No one had to approve you joining the KLA. Is that correct?
Io.
Correct. Correct.
You did not have any obstacles to joining the KLA as a result of the fact that you were a professional officer.
Io nuk isha.
No, I didn't have any problems. Only what I said initially. There were some reservations which I accounted for.
Disa individve.
On the part of some individuals, mind you. It was normal then.
That for a second. If we could please have on the screen the portions of the book which are now P2103 on the screen, and I'm looking at page in the English U002-3086 and the same in Albanian. Yes, that's the page in English. And the Albanian, please, as well. That is Albanian? Okay. There's a paragraph there, Mr. Maloku, that says,
Po.
Yes.
I'll start reading the paragraph. It says, the LKCK thought that they were stronger than the KLA. They thought that they had more soldiers, and they sought for an initial political unification of these military structures. And then after, if we can go to the page on this other side in Albanian. Yes, that's it. It says, the LKCK thought that they were stronger than the KLA. They thought that they had more soldiers, and they sought for an initial political unification of these military structures. Then after that, to also have a military unification on the ground. I presented to all parties in these discussions that we, the Albanian officers, supported the war and not this or that military or political group. The KLA at that time was not thinking about having a joint command structure with the LKCK. Rather, they thought that the military formations of the LKCK should be folded into the KLA. Even though I had openly had contacts with all of these parties, that is, with the representatives of the KLA, the LKCK, and the Council for National Defense, I appeared suspicious to all of them in my aims and requests. Now, my first question is, can you describe which groups exactly you're referring to when you talk about three groups, the KLA, the LKCK, and the Council for National Defense? Which groups are those?
Nephilim,
Initially, there were two military formations on the ground in Kosovo. There was a military formation organized by the National Movement for the Liberation of Kosovo, LKCK, and another military formation of the Kosovo Liberation Army. They had their own representatives in Tirana. There were also supply lines. The LKCK line went through Kukus mostly. Ilir Konushevsky supplied both sides, the idea being to get as many weapons as possible to Kosovo. In the previous paragraphs in this book, I explained that in the meeting in Zagreb with the Albanian officers, after 2 weeks of which I returned to Tirana and reported on all the problems, Agim Ceku and the others, especially Agim Ceku, advised me to meet with Sedi Veseli, who was representative of LKCK in Tirana, and tell him that now we have to unite all the military forces, the forces of the resistance movement in Kosovo, because if we allow them to develop in parallel, then we might face the problems we saw in Croatia, for example, or in Bosnia. That was my role then, to talk with all the parties, explain the situation and the issues that might emerge and grow in the future if we fail to unite. I'm not the only one that had this view, but that unification occurred in March, April 98, and we never had any problems. And no longer formations like LKCK, only UCK. There were others beside me who were part of that effort.
And when you refer to the Council for National Defense, who are you referring to, or what is that?
That was a council formed in Tirana before the war and was funded by the government of Kosovo. That council thought that it had to be on top of the military organization in Kosovo as a national council. They didn't have military formations on the ground. Were not present, didn't have logistical bases or funding for logistics. They had some officers who were also friends of ours. We stayed together.
Okay. Now, in terms of who, if you can please try to give us some names of whom you associated with which of these groups. So at the time, when you're discussing now representatives of the KLA, LKCK, and Council for National Defense, who are you specifically referring to? Who represented the KLA, who represented the LKCK, and who represented the Council for National Defense in Tirana at the time?
The KLA, it's known. Bislim Zurabi was the one who connected all of us with the staff. I have explained it there. In the case of LKCK, there was Agim Ramadani, Hafir Hoxha, and Jafer Gashi from Switzerland, who had formed the first base for the training of the soldiers in Daiti Mountain. The National Council was Fuad Ramici, Gani Bukinsa, Ibrahim Shala. Fuad was a military man. The others were mostly politicians, if you like.
You say, you identify all three groups and you say, I appeared suspicious to all of them in my aims and requests. Now, you're not suggesting, for example, that Bislam Zarapi found you suspicious, right?
Po jo beslimet, por kur
When someone talks with everyone, Agim Cheku was the one that asked me to establish contacts with everyone. So normally, if you talk with everyone, I was open in my conversations. I didn't have any escort or any bodyguard. I didn't hold any secret meetings. And I thought that maybe they thought, what is this person that is talking with everyone?
Kto problematika ovog
Council, these issues were apparent also in Croatia. From the 3rd of September, I participated in the war in Croatia. In Bosnia too, they had even more major issues. The experience of all the military officers made us to try to participate and prevent the emergence of issues, not to have independent military formations, but to unite all the military factors, because it was important for us to have a good beginning, to have one logo and prevent problems that emerged in other states.
You arrived in Kosovo. The KLA was organized in small groups, is that correct?
në për grupet vogla
Yes, in small groups.
vullnetarë
But there was a large number of volunteers coming.
TY in what is now Exhibit P02087.3 at page 15, that at that time it was impossible to have a central command. Is that correct?
po, në
Yes, I was talking about the beginning, March, April. When I was there, it was difficult. You can see here that we had meetings with Boyar Bukoshi, but it was on the demand of all us officers. Even in the LKCK, UCK, it was our request to meet with all representatives with the government in order to create one formation and prevent the creation of independent, different formations within Kosovo.
And after you entered Kosovo, you arrived to Smolic, is that correct?
po. Jo,
Yes. No, initially in Morina for 2 days and then in Smolic.
After you arrived, you gathered local people and told them that you will help them organize the KLA in that area, is that right?
po.
Yes.
A training center there?
Po.
Yes.
You did so on your own initiative and had not received any orders from someone in the KLA to do so?
Unë e gjeta shtab
I found the staff of Smolica. Hassan Hassani was the staff commander. The inhabitants were armed, and I proposed to set up a training camp because on the next day of my stay, I lined up all the soldiers of Smolic I divided on one side all those who hadn't performed the military duty in the former Yugoslav army. On the other side, all those who had already done the military service. And I proposed that for those who had no military unit to set up a camp for their training. And we actually created 2 training segments. I dealt with the largest group to provide them with initial information. Halim Basha, who had experience from the war in Bosnia and Croatia, dealt with the rapid intervention unit composed of young men which required more intensive physical exercise and training.
Could we have exhibit P02090.2 on the screen, please, at page 15 in the English and in the Albanian? Mr. Maloka, I'm just going to show you a portion of your SPO interview. And if we go to, no, it should be part 2. So it should, oh, I'm sorry, I read the wrong number out. It's confusing. P02090.3, which is part 2 of the SPO interview. Page 15 in both versions. Okay, if you Mr. Maloku, begin looking at line 17 in the Albanian and line 15 in the English. I'm sorry. Page 15, line 17, and page 15, line 17 in the English. You're asked, when you entered Kosovo in April '98, who did you report to? You answer, I did not report to anyone. Only Bislam knew that I was going to Kosovo. Question, when you set up the training programs, who did you report to? Answer, I was not reporting to anyone. I was the highest ranking and most qualified soldier in the region. Question, so who reported to you at the time since you were the highest ranked? Answer, this is hard for you to understand. This was a people's rebellion. The villages were getting organized. In Smolitz, I found like a base, a headquarters, and Hassan was the commander of the Smolitz headquarters, and there were some soldiers that picked up arms, and this then had to be organized somehow. So you're saying here that you didn't report to anyone. So what was the nature of your relationship to Hassan here when you arrived and set up this training program?
Hassan was the staff commander. I went there as a professional soldier. Afrim Basha was also a professional from the war in Bosnia and Croatia. They were happy that 2 military officers were coming there to help in the training of the soldiers. They received us very well because we were two people who were supposed to teach them how to fight. People were engaged in collecting weapons. They went to Albania to get weapons. So we were the only officers, military officers there.
You say to the SPO that you didn't have anyone above you to report to. So did he report to you, or was it just that neither of you reported to either one of you?
I did my job, that is, I trained the soldiers. I helped in the organizational, professional organization of the soldiers, first in Smolica. When other villages heard of it, young men from those villages came to us and were trained there. So we started to expand the base. Then Stubon, Barihan, Dobrosh, Ramos, all these villages set up their staffs until we took Unic.
Okay, and I'm going to get to that in a minute, but Hassan, did he report to you?
We didn't have any reporting lines. It was a time when the people were organizing themselves. Everybody was a volunteer. They came out of their own free will from other villages to be trained there and then to get a weapon and then set up stuff in the village, in their respective villages.
You've just described and anticipated my next questions about how this expanded between April and June of '98, and you were setting up, each of these villages were setting up their own units.
And their own staffs, the village staff.
Now, you told the ICTY, and this is P02087.2 at page 12 in the English. You expressly told the ICTY, quote, you're asked, quote, what was your line of command? And your answer was, I had believed I was in the KLA, but I didn't have any commander above myself. I was independent. Is that accurate?
Yes. We didn't have a command. The KLA started to be formed from below, from the bottom, from the villages. I helped in its organization.
On discussing now the creation of the subzone, you told the SPO that you were appointed deputy commander by village commanders. Is that correct?
Yes. After Sali Veseli came at the end of May, I already discussed it earlier. After Sali Veseli arrived at the end of May, 20 commanders from 20 villages met in Dobrosh, and there it was decided to develop militarily, we say in a military language, to develop the brigade. And there I was elected deputy commander by the commanders of the village staffs.
These commanders were themselves appointed by villagers. Is that right?
Certainly, yes.
Would it be correct to say that the entire organization had been created from the bottom up?
The entire Kosovo Liberation Army all over the territory were created in this way, from bottom up.
Now, the Dukagene zone as such, you told the SPO in P02090.3, page 16, that it was formed in June of '98. Is that correct?
Correct. After the establishment of the brigade in Unique, the brigade commander, Sali Veseli from Smolitz, was a more senior officer than myself. He had graduated the military academy. He gave the order for the nomination of the battalion commanders and went to Gloijan, to the staff there. Around that staff were 40 village staffs. And there he decided to organize the operational zones. He was elected chief of the zone staff. So he got together the 20 commanders of the 40 villages around Loijan and started to set up the operational zone command, which at that time we called the region of Dukajin.
Of any orders from the general staff to create the Dukajin zone. Is that correct?
I don't know that there was a general staff. I'm explaining to you how we did the organization of the army all over Kosovo. So 20 villages formed the brigade. When I was elected deputy commander, Sali Veseli, as being the most capable officer for operational duties, who had come to Kosovo then, he was the highest ranking and most capable officer in the Kosovo Liberation Army on the ground. He went then to Gloijan to do the same thing, that is, to set up 20 our villages and 40 villages around Gloijan, altogether 60 villages. It was a sufficient territory to form an operational zone.
And this is at P02090.3 at page 9 in the English, that, quote, "We did not receive any orders from the general staff, even when I was active. I never remember getting any of the orders," close quote. Yeah. So from the time you entered Kosovo until at least the time you were injured, you don't remember getting any orders from the general staff. Is that correct?
That is correct. Counsel, the first order I got from an authority in the general staff is the order when I was transferred from the operational director of the general staff to the operational zone of Dukajin, which happened in January 1999. That is the only order that I received. I have already told the SPO, you may not understand these things. It is difficult, but the Kosovo Liberation Army was formed from bottom up. There were no orders. There were proposals and voting by raising the hand. For example, for Naim Ailauko to be deputy commander, or for Ramush Radini to be the zone commander. So there were no orders per se. Constructions from bottom up were. I didn't have any problems during my interviews. The only objective that I wanted to pursue was to institutionalize the army. I'm a military person. It is easier for a military man to receive orders from above and perform the duties. Maybe it's difficult for people to understand it. I'm repeating, the first and only order I received was when I was transferred from the operational directory to the Dukajin operational zone. And even then it was because I agreed. I was asked. I was a voluntary person. You cannot order the volunteers that they need to implement. Mr. Krasniqi called me in the presence of Ramush Aradini and told me, Dukagini operational zone needs you, wants you to go. Do you want to go? If I said no, there were no regulations or power for them to force me to go to a place if I didn't want to. I believe it's hard for you to understand.
Verstehe.
We'll continue after the lunch break. Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll break for lunch now, witness. Thank you for being with us.
Fine.
Do not talk to anyone about this case outside the courtroom. You may leave the courtroom now
Fine.
with the
Thank you.
at 2:30.
Fine.
We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. You may bring the witness in. All right, you may continue, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Maloku.
Mirzita.
Good afternoon.
To a different topic, you told the SPO that you had a few walkie-talkies which had very short range. Is that correct?
Oh,
Correct.
With respect to satellite phones, and this is at P02090.4 at page 9, you say that you had the use of a satellite phone after June of 1998 for a short period through which you made contact with Ahmed Krasniqi. Is that correct?
oh, Jovet and Mehmet Krak.
Not only with Ahmed Krasniqi, but also with others. We received the satellite phones in June 98. They started coming in June, and then we gradually started being equipped with them. Counsel, with your permission, to my knowledge, we managed to distribute them at the brigade level only in November.
Here's the question you were asked and your answer. The question is, Ahmed Krasniqi, whose name was on this list, was shot to death in September 1998, right? And you say, yes, I had contacts with him also from Kosovo whenever I was in a position to establish contact, because after June, for a short period, I was able to use a satellite phone. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes.
Reason that you were only able to use this satellite phone for a short period after June 98 was that was the time that Tahir Zemai and other officers had come to Dukajin. Am I right?
Io sono
No, because I got wounded on the 25th of July 98. I was seriously wounded. So I didn't need a satellite phone for the next 3.5 months. I needed medical care and shelter. I just didn't need them.
A misunderstanding. What I'm suggesting is, according to what you told the SPO, you had the use of a satellite phone after June, and then you say for a short period. And so what I'm suggesting is that from the end of June until you were able to use a satellite phone because Tahir Zemai and the other officers.
Yes. Yes. Not the phone. It was Mohamed Kelmendi who brought me the satellite phone in Smolis in June 98. I spoke to Ahmed Krasniqi sometime in June 98 using the phone of Tahir Zemai. I did have my satellite phone. I did not have. The brigade had one, and it remained with the brigade even after my withdrawal from there.
Say in your in your ICTY statement, and this is P02087.2 at page 12, that a unit of 22 officers and 150 soldiers came under the command of Tahir Zemai and were wearing the uniform of the KLA, but their line of command was to the Bukoshi government. Is that correct?
Ata erdhen me uniform.
They came in with the KLA uniform. It was no other formation. However, the commanding line was with Ahmed Krasniqi.
Similarly, you say that at the same time you believed you were in the KLA, but you had no commander above yourself. You say you were independent. Is that correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
According to your testimony at P02087.2 at page 16 in the English, you say you remained without any line commander until November of 1998. Is that right?
Gjithmonë ashtu e kom.
This is how I always understood it to be.
At page 17, you say that from the period of April 1998, when you arrived in Kosovo, until your injury in July of 1998, Ramush Haradinaj did not have any authority over you other than mutual respect, and that he did not issue any orders to you. Is that correct?
Sakt.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a few questions concerning something you told the SPO, and this is, again, P02090.3, page 7, beginning at line 17 in the English. You say that, as a rule, one operational zone would ask for help from another operational zone, so they would send each other troops and groups of militants. Is that correct?
Jo militantesh,
Not militants, but soldiers. Correction, we did not have militants. The Kosovo Liberation Army was an army, and we had soldiers. They were all volunteers and became soldiers.
It might have been a mistranslation, but you meant soldiers. Yeah.
Mund ndodha ty po.
It it might be the case, I understand.
This communication between zones happened through informal, friendly contacts and acquaintances. Is that right?
Ashtu.
That's correct.
After you joined the general staff, did zones continue to communicate directly with each other, as far as you know?
Unë sisham
I was at the general staff for 2 months, but the zones must have certainly communicated amongst them. There were zone commanders who had closer relations amongst them. I know that when a large scale assault happened in the Gorge of Unic, we received 2 or 3 units who supported us. Or when Voksh was attacked and the communication line was cut off with the line with the brigade of Glojan, we received help. So, but this concerns small units. We were not able to send battalions or companies. We would send 10 to 15 soldiers, small units, when a zone was in difficulty and would need help. Usually they would come to the Gorge of Unic, which was a point where there was constant fighting going on.
You've already said on the 25th of July, 1998, you were seriously injured. Between the 25th of July, 1998 and the beginning of November 1998, you were not involved in KLA activities in Kosovo. Would that be fair?
kam qëndru në Kosovë.
I remained in Kosovo. I was being treated, but I was not involved or active because I wasn't physically able to do that. I was sheltered in various locations, families, mountains.
If we could, I'll make reference to your book. I'm just looking for the admitted exhibit number for the record. I believe it's P02103. At page U0023099. In the book, you talk about the period after the summer Serbian offensive, so in September 1998. And you say that, quote, Serbia practically gained 470 villages in Kosovo. The Dukajin plain fell. Ramush Haradinaj was left with 52 soldiers. Tahir Zemaj withdrew from the Dukajini plain and went to Albania with his entire army. At that time, Ahmet Krasniqi was killed at a time when many parties throughout the Kosovo thought that the Kosovo Liberation Army had been destroyed. Do you recall that in the book?
Patjetër.
Yes, certainly.
Is it correct that by the end of September 1998, there was very little left of KLA units in Kosovo?
Ne është lista ka qenë.
There was a list at the ICTY. Only 52 soldiers were left in the Dukajini operation zone, and they consisted of Ramush Haradinaj with his brothers and relatives and a few soldiers. So the list consists of 52 soldiers only left in the Dukajini operational zone.
General question, can you give us your assessment of the state of the KLA at the end of September 1998?
Po ishte 2 muaj.
The offensive lasted for 2 or 3 months. It was a general offensive throughout the territory. 470 villages were burned, and the KLA was in a very difficult position. Some people abroad, outside the country, probably even thought that the KLA was over. So what was left of the KLA were small units. It was not entirely retreating. Some did in order to evacuate their relatives outside the country. So what was left was small units in the mountains, in the woods. We had no communication or commanding lines. I've given an interview to the New York Times where I say that the international community should not be surprised that the soldiers are coming back to their villages and their zones.
Now, during this period when you were injured, you've already explained that you met Mr. Thaçi for the first time when you were in Prapachan.
Oh.
Yes.
It was Mr. Zarapi who only introduced Mr. Thaçi to you as Jarpri, correct?
Oh.
Yes.
At that time, you did not know what Mr. Thaçi's position was, correct?
Yo.
Correct. Now, during your preparation session, and this is preparation note 1, which is P02091 at paragraph 12, you say that you did not know why Mr. Thaçi was in Prapachan, correct?
Sagt.
Correct.
And although you've heard later in newspaper articles and television debates that Mr. Thaçi was allegedly there with Mr. Zarapi to demote Tahir Zemai, this is not something you heard at the time while you were in Prapachan. Is that correct?
Yo, kto kančan?
These were newspaper articles, information that has been circulating for 20 years since after the war. Different versions have been put forward. What was discussed and so on and so forth. I did not know the purpose of their visit in Prapachan at the time when I was in Prapachan.
You've discussed at length with the prosecutor certain interviews you had given in the summer of 1998, and this morning you were shown one where in July of 1998 you said that for you, Mr. Rugova, or this is what you said to the SPO in your interview, that you had said that Mr. Rugova was the chief commander of the KLA. Do you recall that?
Oh.
Yes.
Something similar to the ICTY. You told the SPO that you did not have any problems after making that statement. Is that right? And this is at P020.
Correct.
Page 9.
Sagt.
That's correct.
And is it correct that a few months later, so by November, you in fact were promoted to the general staff?
Sagt.
That's correct.
Staying on the topic of the relations between the KLA and the LDK, you told the SPO that generally you are not aware of any tension between the LDK and KLA in the summer of 1998. Is that correct?
Sagt.
Correct.
That is P02090.3 at page 3. Now, on the contrary, a number...
Counsel, with your permission, can you give me 2 minutes, please? May I? The Unique Brigade, the Brigade of Unique, the commander of the staff of the village of Unic was the chairman of the LDK branch in Unic. 19 other villages, the commander of those of the staffs of the villages were chairmen of the sub-branches of the LDK of these villages. Would you believe that? I'm telling you. It is impossible to explain, and I've told this to the SPO. You cannot understand this. The entire structure of the LDK branch in Unic and its sub-branches in the surrounding villages were commanding structures of the brigade of Unic. This is how we set up the brigade. They chose me to be their commander. They chose Sali Veseli to be the deputy commander. So there were no problems. Kosovo was the target of a special warfare. The enemy waged a special warfare since the inception of the KLA in 1992. The Serbian secret services constantly tried to sow divisions and conflicts within the ranks of the KLA. This has come from outside. This is special warfare. We did not have problems. I gave you my example. The court can inquire and ask about this anytime they want. The commander of the battalion in Unic and the commander of the staff was the chairman of the branch, and the entire LDK structure in this other villages were commanders of the local staffs. And we had Fehmi Agani in June visiting us in Unic, and we're talking about the number 2 of the LDK in Kosovo.
Explanation. I'd like to turn to your time in the general staff. Now, you told the SPO that, to your knowledge, it was only in November 1998 when the general staff was actually formed. Is that correct?
Po.
Yes. As a military person, I understood that it could be referred to as staff only from December 98, starting from the first meeting of the general staff. I told this to the SPO, including during the preparation session, that I view the staff from starting from the first meeting, when I considered that we had the chief of staff and 7 zone commanders. I, as a military person, as a professional, I consider that this started to be functional from that first meeting, meaning a staff with a seat and in which the operational directorate started communicating with the operational zones.
You said that occurred sometime between the 5th and 15th of November when Bislam Zarapi returned from Albania together with some other officers, for example, Sali Veseli. Do you recall that testimony to the SPO?
Po.
Yes. Yes.
Returned sometime between the 5th of November and the 15th of November.
Po.
Yes.
It was between those 2 dates.
Se e kam taku në Ladra.
Because I met him in Ladrovts. He heard that I was sheltered there at my maternal uncle's, and he came and visited me.
For the 5th of November.
E di se më ka tërgu që
I know, because he told me he had not been in Kosovo.
Told the same thing to the state public prosecutor in exhibit P02089 at page SPOE 000672218. You were asked, when was the general staff formed and who was the staff's commander? And your answer was, the general staff was formed sometime around the 10th or the 15th of November. Do you recall that?
15th of December, I went to the staff and I consider it to be a staff from the first meeting of the zone commanders in December.
Would it be correct then, well, could there have been a military police directorate before the formation of the general staff?
I don't recall.
You don't recall whether it was formed, or you don't recall one existing before the creation of the...
I don't recall if there was a military police directorate at the general staff before December.
Now, you told the SPO at P02090.3, page 14, that it was only during your time with the general staff when you learned Mr. Thaçi's name. Is that correct?
Correct.
That he was the chief of the political directorate, correct?
Correct. He was appointed in December, as far as I know.
Told the state public prosecutor in Kosovo in P02089, page SPOE 000-67221, that your understanding, sorry, let me phrase it. You're asked what was Hashim Thaçi's role during 1998-1999, and you told the state prosecutor he did not stay in Kosovo most of the time. He was chief of the political directorate at the KLA General Staff, with competencies for the KLA's political orientation and contacts with internationals. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to discuss with you what you discussed with the prosecutor this morning concerning an interview you gave. You say you gave to a publication called Kombi. Now, actually, let me ask a different set of questions. Do you recall that there was a disagreement in August of 1998, or let me rephrase, do you recall that there was discussion in August of 1998 of who would represent Kosovo Albanians in negotiations with Milosevic?
There were several attempts made to unify the Albanian political factor. I would read newspapers while I was wounded, or other sources of information, that there were attempts made. I know that Hill, who was head of the office, or the ambassador of the United States in Macedonia, I don't recall exactly, but he would refer to this frequently, that he was making contacts and with the attempt of unifying, setting up a government and accepted by all political parties. So there were attempts made to have a body that would emerge and would represent everyone. this is what I was able to understand from my position where I was sheltered.
1D00100, page 2 in both languages, please. This is a news reporting, or a summary of news reporting by the Radio Free Europe. And if we could go to page 2, please. It says Rugova names negotiating team. And just to orient you, this is a report dated the 14th of August, 1998, so at the time when you were injured. And it says, Kosovar shadow state Ibrahim Rugova said in Pristina on 13 August that he has appointed a negotiating team for talks with the Serbian authorities. The new body represents Rugova's Democratic League of Kosovo, the Christian Democrats, and the Social Democrats. It consists of Femi Agani, Fatmir Sadiu, Edita Tahiri, Tadai Radici, and Ilyas Cortesi. Adem Demaci and Mehmet Hayrizi, who are close to the Kosovo Liberation Army, declined Rugova's invitation to join. The UCK issued a statement to the Kosovar and Albanian media on 13 August, announcing its forces are making a tactical withdrawal in response to the Serbian offensive. The text also made clear that Rugova's team does not speak for the guerrillas. Instead, the UCK's announcement said that the guerrillas had asked Adem Demaci to be their chief representative and to resign his other positions in Kosovo's political arena. Now, do you recall that the KLA had appointed Adem Demaci in mid-August as its representative in talks with the Serbian government?
Paul.
Yes.
If I could turn to the next exhibit, P00487, ET.8, please. In English, it's at page 2761, and the same in the Albanian. And what I'm showing you is a communique issued by Nazif Ramabaya on the 17th of August, 1998. There it is. And just ask you to take a look at that. This is issued from within the Dukagjini zone, and just ask you if you're familiar with that communique.
Io.
No.
communiques were being issued from within the Ducagini zone announcing support for Mr. Rugova's negotiating team while there was a dispute going on between the general staff and Mr. Rugova over who would represent the KLA in these negotiations.
Jo nuk kisha njohur.
No, I wasn't aware of that. I wasn't aware of such communiques issued in the Ducagin zone.
If we could please have exhibit P00914 on the screen, please. At page SPOE 000819115 in both versions. Now, what you're seeing on the screen is after that communique was issued, an invitation was sent by Mr. Ramabaya to commanders of village staffs and inviting them to a meeting on the 20th of August at 1600. And in the announcement, he put 3 items on the agenda for later that day. One was the reorganization of operational units in territorial defense. The second is the professional or unprofessional cadre, your opinion. And the third is support for the institutional line. Do you recall whether you attended the meeting held on the 20th of August, 1998 in the Ducagin zone?
Sa kujtoj unë dikun.
To my recollection, on the 17th of August, with all the other injured men from the Khrushchev's hospital, were transferred to Suareka.
Data 17
I remember the date 17 because Skander Cheko died on the day when after he was injured in Lodz. So on the 17th of August, I was injured and in Brezhansk, and then I was sent to Kletsk. So I was injured. I didn't know what was going on in Ducagin then.
That the prosecutor showed you this morning, and if we could have back on the screen, please, exhibit P02103, please. At page U002-3127 in both versions, which is PDF page 87 in Albanian and PDF page 48 in English. Yes. It says Kosovo needs the unity of political and military factors. And then in the
Correct.
bullet point there, in the communique issued from the meeting of 21 August, the staff of the 3rd Operational Zone for the Dukagjini Plain requested the institutionalization of political and military life in Kosovo, does this also mean the formation of a coalition government that would also have representatives of the KLA? And you say, the situation is such that I have also asked for the institutionalization of the Kosovo Liberation Army earlier, which means that the KLA should be brought within the framework of the state institutions of Kosovo. What government will be formed and how is an issue for the leaders of all the political parties. However, our request and our opinion is that the KLA should be brought within the framework of the Republic of Kosovo. And then the next question, what do you think about the new negotiation team, and will the KLA respect any prospective agreement between Pristina and Belgrade? And your answer is the KLA must first be brought into the framework of the state institutions, and then every conversation and negotiation will naturally be respected by the KLA if it is in the framework of, if we could go to the next page, please, in English. The institutions. The entire issue is, in my opinion, has been held up by the leaders of the political parties and the disagreements among them. Question, what opinion do you have about the selection of Adem Demaci as political representative of the KLA? Even though I have not been involved in the occasions during which Adem Demaci's selection was made, I think he should use his authority to offer various options to the political leaders, that is to say, to be constructive in the formation of the Kosovo state institutions. Now, if I understood your testimony earlier this morning, you gave this interview on the 26th of August, as it says there on the bottom, if you see, 26th of August to Deutsche Welle radio.
Po,
Yes, yes.
Does this refresh your recollection as to whether you may have been aware at the time about these disagreements over who would represent the KLA in negotiations and what was happening in the Dukagjin zone with respect to the Dukagjin zone taking a certain position that was in contrast to the position taken by the General Staff?
intervista ishte
The interview was a live interview, and I have expressed my stand that without representatives of the Kosovo Liberation Army, there can be no negotiating team to discuss peace in Kosovo. You can see that from this interview.
In the midst of what I've shown you, you say that you met with Mr. Thaçi on the 22nd or 23rd of August. Is that correct? In Klečk.
Yes, in Klečk.
Is it correct that the conversation with Mr. Thaçi was polite, with mutual respect?
unë sa kom pa prej sjelljes
From what I saw, I always respected him, and he respected me in Prapachan too, and in Klečk. I think he came to see how I was feeling, what my condition was like, because Commander Kumanova came there, and we discussed with him the issue of the organization of the defense of the region, because we were expecting an offensive. Then later on too, when we met in Ladrovs, I never noted any disregard on his part towards me or lack of respect.
Now, you met with him, you say, on the 22nd or 23rd, and then we see on the screen that you gave an interview to Deutsche Welle on the 26th. So is it fair to say that nothing in your conversation with Mr. Thaçi made you feel in any way inhibited from continuing to make public statements?
nuk kisha dhënë një deklaratë tillë, po që se
I wouldn't have issued such a declaration had I noticed any suspicion or doubt, or knew that he disregarded so much, he disagreed so much with my stance. I thought that people can agree or disagree about something, but I didn't have any reservation in my position, or any doubt that they might criticize me or remove me from the KLA structures. People have different opinions. I thought that what I was proposing would make the KLA appear before the domestic and international factor as a true army, organized army. The opposition against the occupiers and efforts for liberation of the country, there we had no differences. I thought that expressing my opinions, I would help them.
As I've asked you before, you ultimately got a promotion to the general staff in November of '98.
Po, sigurisht, po.
Yes, I did.
After the conclusion of the conflict in June, you became an advisor to Mr. Thaçi?
Po, sakt.
Yes, correct.
He made you one of his advisors?
Kam qenë këshilltar për
I was a security advisor from September. I can't recall the date, but September it was, until the signing of the agreement on the demobilization of the KLA.
89?
notën nëntës, po.
Yes.
I'm just a little confused. If I were to tell you that the demobilization undertaking was signed in June of 1999, would that surprise you?
Jo, nuk është
No. It was when the KLA was demobilized and TMK was established. It was established, I think, TMK sometime in October or November.
So when exactly is the time period when you were his advisor? Before the formation of the TMK or after?
Before. It was still KLA, before TMK was formed.
Was your relationship with Mr. Thaçi at the time professional and of mutual respect?
How could I be an advisor of his cabinet if we didn't have a mutual respectful relationship and if he didn't need my professional advice?
Mr. Misicic, do you mind if I just get the date straight?
Sure.
Mr. Witness, you became his advisor in September 1999, and you were his advisor until when exactly?
I don't remember the accurate date when the agreement on the transformation of the KLA into TMK was signed, but until that time I was his advisor.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Maloku, is it possible that you may have the date a little bit off in terms of when you started being his advisor? Could it have been a little earlier than September of 1999?
I returned from my recovery in Mainz of Germany to Kosovo with my family on the 8th of August, I think. And I settled in Prizren. At that time, Bislim Zurabi was Deputy Minister of Defense. Whether it was the end of August or beginning of September or sometime in September, I can't say. 26 years have passed from that. But that I was a member of the cabinet of Mr. Thaçi, that's a fact.
And you've told the prosecutor this morning that the last time you saw Mr. Thaçi during the conflict was in October of 1998, correct?
Correct.
You also clarified that your only contact with Mr. Thaçi after October of 1998 was during one phone call with him in December of 1998, correct?
Yes.
Really mean that you did not see Mr. Thaçi anywhere near what you call the White House in Divjak in November of 1998, correct?
Nuk me kujtohet që
I don't remember to have seen Mr. Thaçi physically in Kosovo during that time.
Now, during this one phone call, you say that Mr. Thaçi told you something to the effect of enough with the interviews, correct?
Yes.
That you do not know exactly what it was that motivated Mr. Thaçi to make that request. Is that right?
jo, ishte
It was after an interview of mine, which was published on the 28th of November in Kosovo Sot newspaper.
But you told the SPO you don't know exactly what in the interview he was
jo,
disagreeing.
nuk e di, por nuk e kam
I don't know. I didn't find that interview to study it.
It's correct, is it not, that you continued giving interviews after this call with Mr. Thaçi, correct?
Yes. Yes, I did.
So you did not obviously perceive Mr. Thaçi's statement as some sort of an order or some sort of authority making an order to you to stop.
No. I brought here almost all the interviews given after December 98, and I believe they are here. You might have them too. Every time journalists asked me to give them an interview, I did not hesitate to express my opinions without ever thinking that somebody might have some criticisms to make of me. We may not agree on everything we discuss together, but they may not be such as to upset our relationship. I've never thought that my statements might disrupt my relations with people, be them soldiers or of higher commanding structures within the KLA. There may have been people who had their reservations or criticisms or who did not agree with what I said. But I took them as normal.
Now, turning to a different topic, you told the SPO that during your time at the General Staff, there were monthly briefings between members of the General Staff and the commanders of the operational zones, correct?
Yes.
November of 1998?
jo dhëtor.
No, in December, beginning of December. I think it was before the 5th of December.
General Staff with the zone commanders before your arrival in the General Staff, to your knowledge?
Jo.
No.
You told the SPO that you do not have knowledge of whether the Ducagini staff reported to the general staff before December 1998. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Discussing your statement, 2 meetings of the general staff, one in December of 98 and one in January of 99, correct?
Correct. During the time I was in the operational directorate of the general staff.
Correct?
No, my position was not such as to justify my participation in the meeting. Present in that meeting was chief of staff, the directors of the directorates of the staff, and the commanders of the operational zones.
About what was exactly going on during those meetings, is that correct?
I know only about the first meeting because the records and everything that happened in that meeting were used by the operational directorate in a report, which Sami Veseli checked and signed, and then submitted to the commander or deputy commander. So I know in general about the first meeting, what happened. It came to the operational directorate where the report was compiled. As to the second meeting, I know nothing because I was transferred to the Ducagini operational zone.
Now, you told the SPO, and this is at P02090.3, page 8, beginning at line 11, that in general, you do not know whether the general staff expected that the operational zones would comply with its orders. Is that correct?
I didn't understand the question.
Read what
I'm not clear about the question.
PO and your answer. Question, the general staff expected its orders to be complied with by the operational zones, right? And your answer was, I don't know. In those 2 months, we somehow did manage to arrange for something, my subordination. It was winter, since there were fewer conflict incidents, and the communication was better at that time, since it was winter. Now, as to what happened later, I don't know. For example, at the end of April, the operational zone of Ducagini was completely broken apart by the offensive, and I was moving around from Crna to Rochai to Rugova, and then we would move again to Ducagin. So it was broken apart completely territorially and in terms of lines of communication and lines of command. Is that accurate?
In April, when after the starting of the NATO bombardment, the Serb forces launched a frontal war against the KLA and the civilian population, and so the lines of communications between the general staff and the operational zones were very damaged or very limited at that time.
Let me try it a different way. You told the ICTY, and this is at P02087.3 at page 14, quote, I have also stated this publicly in debates on TV, Top Channel, in April of this year, and I still confirm that what I have stated, that the main HQ of KLA did not have control on KLA. They have spoken on behalf of KLA, but they did not have any control because it was impossible to have control because it was a large increase of the number of soldiers. Do you recall saying that to the ICTY?
Sigurisht që po.
Yes, I do. I would like to explain here that regarding communication of the HQ. The HQ has no commanding role in any army. The General Staff has a leading role. Communication with the operational zones was done by the operational department or directorate of the General Staff, not the General Staff per se. The decision to have daily communication between the operational zones and the operational directorate of the General Staff was taken in the first meeting in December with the commanders of the operational zones. So it was the duty of the operational directorate to communicate with the operational zones. Those communications announcements were transferred to the operational room. There was an operational room with topographic maps there. All the information we received on the movement of the Serb forces or expansion or reduction of territories of the zones, we place in that topographic map. We had a table on the wall where we wrote the daily losses, daily reports on alleged losses of the enemies that we received from the operational zones in humans and in technique, and the losses in our forces. So such information we received to know, to have a clear idea of what was happening in the operational zones and in the Kosovo Liberation Army in general. That was the first communication that the operational zones started, the directorate started to create along its lines of communication with the respective zones.
Witness, we'll give you a 10-minute break at this time. You may leave the courtroom with the court usher. We're adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. Go ahead, Mr. Misitich.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Maloku, staying at the period between November 98 and March 1999, appointments within the operational zones were done by the zones themselves. Is that correct?
Zona opera gjithmonë ja na jemi mundu.
We tried to create order and rules as those that are followed in regular armies. So the second in line appoints the person who's 2 ranks below. For example, the LAP operational zone proposes a person as a brigade commander, who's then appointed by the chief of staff. So the second position above him, 2 positions higher. And the commander of the operational zone appointment, in order to meet the rules-based criteria, it was thought at the time that Jakub Krasniqi would also have the role of a deputy commander who will appoint or dismiss zone commanders. Because a operational zone commander would be appointed or replaced upon a proposal of the chief of staff, just as it happened with me in my case. This is what we tried to put in place because the Kosovo Liberation Army did not exist within the institutions. It was created from bottom up on a voluntary basis, so we had to come up with a way or a manner how to make appointments or dismissals. This is how I understood the positions within the general staff.
The SPO last week, and this is at preparation note 2, paragraph 8. It says, you reestablished Brigade 134, the staff of which were your own people from your brigade in Munich, which brigade had fallen apart when you were wounded.
Yes.
It says, in November,
Yes.
staff went to Glojan and started reorganizing there. In February 1999, there were 8 soldiers, and they eventually grew to 200 soldiers, including because soldiers who had gone to Albania returned. You helped and supported the entire structure of Brigade 134. You proposed Ismet Ahmeti, who had been in Smolitz, as brigade commander. Ramush Haradinaj was the only one who could appoint Ahmeti to his position, and he did so. Now, why could only Ramush Haradinaj appoint the brigade commander for Brigade 134?
Mendoj që zona
I think the Dukagjini operational zone did not follow really the rules. I remember that at the LAP operational zone, a proposal would be made for a brigade commander and the chief of staff would make the decision. Whereas in Dukagjini operational zone, the brigade area would choose or select a commander and propose him to the zone commander, to Ramush, who would then make the appointment. But this was the rule followed in the Dukagjini operational zone. As you pointed out, in November they came back. Yes, the unique brigade came in Glojan in November. Agronorama was appointed commander. He was then killed at the end of January 1999, together with a number of soldiers. Other soldiers went to Albania carrying the wounded because there was no hospital available or functional in the Dukagjini operational zone anymore. So those soldiers came back in February, and I started rebuilding that same brigade, on which occasion I proposed Ismet Ahmeti as brigade commander. In other words, not all zone commanders complied with the rules, thought that the general staff thought to implement with respect to appointments and disappointments of brigade commanders. The battalion commanders didn't need an order for their appointments. That was only the case for brigade and operational zone commanders.
Turning to a different topic, on the 9th of June 1999, the Kumanovo Agreement was signed, correct?
Po.
Correct.
Your activities effectively stopped, correct?
Po.
Correct.
June 1999, you were in Kukës and saw a statement given by General Jackson that KFOR was in Kosovo, correct?
Po.
Correct.
And you told the SPO that at that time you no longer had any responsibilities, correct?
Po.
Correct.
No longer had any responsibilities there was no more fighting, correct?
Boski, just one.
That's correct.
That Serb forces had withdrawn from Kosovo by the 20th of June 1999?
Unë nuk e di sakt plan.
I do not know the exact plan, but I know that based on the Kumanova agreement, there was a withdrawal plan for the Serb military and police forces. They withdrew as per the plan included in the Kumanova agreement. I think that around the 16th or 17th of June, I went to Jakova, and I did not notice any Serb military or police forces present there.
And see if it's consistent with your experience in June of 1999. If we could have on the screen, please, DHT 05047 to DHT 05050 at DHT 05048. What I'm showing you is an UNMIC regulation, number 2000/66, on benefits for war invalids of Kosovo and for the next of kin of those who had died as a result of the armed conflict in Kosovo. If we look at section 1.5, it states that for the purpose of the present regulation, the armed conflict in Kosovo is deemed to have occurred between 27 February 1998 and 20 June 1999. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes, I do.
With your experience in Kosovo, that the fighting and conflict in Kosovo had ceased by the 20th of June 1999.
Kanë përfundu deri atë.
It had ceased up to that date. Now it's a bit difficult for me to know the exact date 25 years later, but I will say so.
If we could have DHT 05030 to DHT 05042. And this is another UNMIC regulation. If we could have it at page DHT 05031 in both the English and Albanian, please. If we go to section 3.1, the last sentence before the bullet points, it again states that the armed conflict in Kosovo, quote, occurred between 27 February 1998 and 20 June 1999. Again, same question. Is that consistent with your understanding that the fighting and conflict?
Yes.
Okay.
Po.
Yes.
And make
Cool.
regulations into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection to these two on-make regulations.
DHT 047 to DHT 05050 at DHT 05048 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. The first document, which is DHT 05047 to DHT 05050, and its Albanian translation will be assigned exhibit number 1D00254. It's classified as public. The second document, which is DHT 050...
I haven't ruled on that yet.
Microphone.
DHT 05030 to DHT 05042 at DHT 05031 is admitted.
And will be assigned exhibit number 1D00255, and it's classified as public. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Maloku, I want to take you to some leading questions that you were asked during your SPO interview. And if we could please have on the screen P02090.6 at page 15 in the English, beginning at line 1, and the same in the Albanian, please. And there you're asked, beginning at line 1, sorry, get the right page on the screen. Should be page 15, beginning at line 1. Yes. You're asked, quote, the KLA didn't want a multi-ethnic Kosovo, right? And you answer, no, we agreed on the multi-ethnic Kosovo, also in the Rambouillet Treaty, that no parties could even, under the law, be registered at Kosovo if they were not from multi-ethnic Kosovo. It's not possible to even register a party under the law itself. It's possible to register parties, but not parties that are against a multi-ethnic Kosovo. Is it correct that you disagree with the prosecutor's assertion to you that the KLA was against a multi-ethnic Kosovo?
I think it's clear here. I say I disagree.
In the interview you gave to Mladina magazine, that you say at 126693 to 126697 ET at page 126697, you're asked, it seems as if the Serbs in Kosovo will soon be in the same...
Sorry to interrupt, but can we call it up? Because I don't have, I
Sure.
don't see.
We could put it on the screen, please. And for the Albanian original, if we could have, or sorry, I guess it's Slovenian original. P12, it's
Oh.
prep note 2 at P126.
Yes.
Can I just inquire about the combination of languages that we should put on the screen? So one should be original Slovenian and Albanian or English?
English. And the English is 126693 to 126697 ET at page 126697.
And if we can have the year end of the prep note 2, if I understood
Prep
well.
note 2 at page, oh, the whole ERN is 126650 to 126700.
In case it matters, I now have it in front of me, so for my purposes, we don't need to call it up.
Well, we've gone through the trouble, so let's put it up. Yeah. What should be 126697. Yes. And in the middle, sorry, in the bottom left side, left column, there you go. And then in the English, I don't think we have the right page up. Page 8 of the PDF. One more page, please. Up a little bit. There you go. There you go. It says, it seems as if the Serbs in Kosovo will soon be in the same positions as Serbs in the Knin Krajina. And your answer is, we will strive in every way possible so that Kosovo Serbs will not be in the same position as those in the Knin Krajina. Already throughout the year of war, we have experienced attacks on Albanians. But despite this, we haven't spread into areas where the population is mixed. We will in any case try, that is also the aim of our main staff, to ensure that the Kosovo Serbs do not have to leave Kosovo. We are not the Albanian Liberation Army of Kosovo, we are only the KLA. Now, you said that in February of 1999. Was that your understanding of the objectives of the main staff, or the general staff, was to ensure that the Kosovo Serb population did not have to leave Kosovo?
Yes, this was the aim and the political direction and aim of the Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff. This interview was given at the time when our delegation was in Rambouillet, and this is correct, what I have stated here. This statement was based on the views and positions of the general staff of the KLA as well.
Then I tender this interview into evidence. Yes.
The entire range.
Yes, for completeness.
1266650 to 1266700.
Yes.
Any objection?
No, that's the whole prep note. Just for that portion, I just want the page of the translation of the article, not the entire prep note.
No.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you will. That's 126697,
Yes, correct.
page 8 of the PDF in English. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, it's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honors. So, if my understanding is it's ERN 126693 to 126697 ET, and the corresponding Slovenian would be then 126697 as a part of prep note 2.
Correct.
Will be assigned exhibit number 1D00256, and they are both classified as confidential.
They can be public. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but if you want the corresponding Albanian in full, then you need 93 to 97 as well, which we don't object to. 97 is just one of the pages
Yeah,
in.
that's fine with me too, and it's Slovenian for the record, but yes. Yeah. May we have that, Mr. President? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honors. In that case, it's going to be ERN 126693 to 126697 ET, and corresponding Albanian 126693 to 126697. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. I'll just listen to you next time, Judge. That's it. Yeah. Sir, the next question you were asked by the prosecutor I'd like to ask you about, and this is at P02090.6, page 18, beginning at line 23. You're asked, and the KLA leadership, they wanted to run Kosovo after defeating Serbia, right? And your answer is no. The objective of the KLA was to liberate the area, and then that political parties would take power and run Kosovo. This is in accordance with, that's why the KLA signed the Rambouillet Agreement, and it was agreed to disarm and to the position of UNMIK and NATO. So you never understood the objective of the KLA leadership, that they wanted to run Kosovo after the conflict. Is that correct?
Sakt.
Correct.
And then the next question the prosecutor asks you is, but what happened after the Kosovo, in fact, is that some general staff members became in charge of Kosovo as a country, no? And here you respond, yes, because according to the Rambouillet Agreement, this is the result of an agreement with the international community that the KLA would be disarmed and that it would be transformed into a political party. This is the result of an international agreement. We were bound under this agreement to disarm the KLA and to establish a political party. So, was it your understanding that the international community was urging the KLA to transform itself from a military formation into a political force?
To my recollection, that was how the Rambouillet Agreement was made. But after the war, many political parties were established. For example, myself, Bislim Zurabi, created the party Liberal Center of Kosovo. the political directorate, Hashim Thaçi and others, formed the Democratic Party of Kosovo. Initially, it was called the Party for Democratic Prosperity. Ramush Haradinaj, who was a zone commander, with Ahmet Isufi, also another zone commander, formed the Alliance for the Future of Kosovo. So it was not only one political party formed by former KLA members. There were many. Even LDK had in itself members or officers who are even today deputies. Altun Çuni, for example, he is a deputy of the Democratic League of Kosovo. But the KLA was transformed from a liberation army to others. Some went to the police, some to the Kosovo TMK, some others joined political parties.
You were, as we've established, an advisor to Mr. Thaçi for a time in 1999. Do you recall if Mr. Thaçi, based on the answer you gave to the SPO here, do you recall if Mr. Thaçi informed you that it was in fact Madeleine Albright in Rambouillet who urged Mr. Thaçi to convert the KLA into a political force? Do you recall him telling you that when you were his advisor?
Many newspapers wrote about Rambouillet. It was a topic covered by many media outlets. Rambouillet was debated on, much was written about it. I don't recall to have taken this information from Mr. Thaçi.
Let me show you what the prosecutor showed you towards the end of his examination, which is Exhibit P02103, please. English page U002-3117, and the same in the Albanian. And this is, again, the book that you've seen several times, Mr. Maloku. The prosecutor read a portion of it, and I just want to finish reading what he didn't read and ask you a few questions about it. Yes. Okay, if we could scroll up the page, please. Now, the prosecutor read to you where it says, I have reasons for my statements and why I made them. There are three main reasons that prompted me to continually make statements on the events and the political and military situation on the ground. And again, if you see above, you'll see what the prosecutor had read to you about why you remained unsystematized. It says the first reason was that textbooks of all progressive armies say that every officer is obligated to express his opinion about all issues that have to do with the military and political situation. And I carried out my duty as an officer by making my statements. And then for the second reason, why I made the statements during the war is that I loved my profession very much and I knew a few things. And the third reason is I made the statements is that I wanted to absolve myself of decisions that harmed the war and harmed the building up of the Kosovo Liberation Army. I wanted to inform Albanian public opinion, both of political and military opinion, that these were not my decisions, rather than they were decisions of others. I was an officer and I wanted to dispel any fault for myself. The two fundamental mistakes that were made are these. The mistake that Holbrook's proposal for unblocking the Lapushnik Gorge was not taken into consideration. At that time in June, the verifiers were supposed to come to Kosovo before the offensive, but this did not happen. And the second mistake was not signing the Rambouillet agreement back in Rambouillet, which cost us dearly as it gave Serbia 4 weeks to prepare an offensive. Do you see that?
Po.
Yes.
The two mistakes that you list,
Po.
okay, and with respect to the second one, the not signing the Rambouillet agreement back in Rambouillet, you don't have any personal knowledge of what actually transpired in Rambouillet and why it wasn't signed, do you?
Jo, ishte një
No. It was, they delayed in taking the decision. The agreement was signed, but they agreed to sign it, but took 3-4 weeks before signing it. And I think there was an instance in Likovsk where the zone commanders opposed the Rambouillet agreement, and our delegation was forced to return to Kosovo to consult the zone commanders, to my recollection. And in the interview of the 2nd of March, I asked the delegation to return and sign it. Those 4 weeks enabled Serbia to carry out 3 mobilizations send to Kosovo to deploy 45,000 troops, 2,000 military forces from Belgrade alone, to free 600 criminal prisoners, to disregard all procedures, the laws, and deploy them to Kosovo. So that was what I thought then and think today. I consider it as a great mistake for our delegation to return from Rambouillet to Kosovo under the pressure of the zone commanders. I think that, from what we knew at least, in opposing it, there were 3 officers who opposed it: Salih Veseli, Müslüm Zürapi, and Pashtric Operational Zone Commander Ekrem Reca. And I know very well that these 3 officers were not in favor of our delegation to sign it but return to Kosovo, giving Serbia enough time to prepare itself for launching the operation, and for NATO then afterwards intervention. I haven't changed my opinion. To this day, I think so. These are 2 mistakes which I identified as the most important, and the last one cost us very dearly. Until the 24th of March, 1999, there were approximately 2,000 victims in Kosovo. At the end of the war, the number reached 13,000.
You had said in the book. My final document I wish to show you is SITF 00265-677 to 00265-678 at page SITF 00265-677, and the Albanian translation is DHT 05051 to DHT 05051 AT at page DHT 05051. This is, what I'm going to show you is a public statement issued by the Provisional Government of Kosovo on the 2nd of August, 1999. And this is a political declaration of the Provisional Government of Kosovo. And if we could go to paragraph 4, and I'll wait for the Albanian translation as well. Paragraph 4 says the interim government of Kosovo expresses indignation at the killing of civilians in Kosovo independent of the nationality of the victims. These crimes have become a hostage of the political clauses regarding the fate of the KLA and the police of Kosovo. In case they would have free hands to operate, the IGK, or the Provisional Government of Kosovo, and the KLA police would act efficiently in the prevention of crime in Kosovo. The interim government of Kosovo calls again on the citizens of Kosovo to put aside the hostilities and turn to the reconstruction of Kosovo and to just and political solutions of political issues. Now, is that statement consistent with what you've just testified about, that it was your understanding that the KLA and its leaders, including Hashim Thaçi specifically, wanted a multi-ethnic Kosovo?
That was the orientation of the political directorate of the KLA always.
President, I tender this document into evidence.
Any objection, Ms. Pio? SITF 00265-677 to 00265-677 at that same page number is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And it will be assigned exhibit number 1D00257 and is currently classified as public.
Thank you. Mr. Maluku, thank you very much for answering my questions. That concludes my cross-examination. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I think we'll break for today rather than make you start up for 5 minutes alone.
Yes, thank you,
All right.
Your Honour. So I can say my cross-examination will be a bit shorter as well.
Okay. Witness, we're finished for today. We'll have to have you back here tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The rest of the defense teams will want to question you. And thank you for being with us. And remember not to speak with anyone about your testimony outside of this courtroom. And if someone tries to talk to you, please let us know. Have a good evening. You may leave the courtroom now.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Potch.
Thank you, Your Honour. Could we perhaps have an update on any revisions to cross-examination time? And based on that, I may or may not have to make submissions as to the rest of the week for witnesses.
Yes, Your Honour. I had initially estimated 1.5 hours, given everything, taking that all into account. But I anticipate that I'll be able to halve that tomorrow morning, save that time.
I had listed an hour and a half. I think I will probably be around an hour, but I may need up to the full hour and a half, depending on answers given. I just have one other issue I wouldn't mind raising just after we complete this as well.
I've already reduced my time, Your Honours, and right now it's at 3 hours, but I anticipate being around 2 hours, but I won't commit to less than 3 for now.
Thank you, Your Honour. Just a very brief procedural one in relation to a couple of 155 motions. Obviously, the first one, we had already requested an extension of time, so that's F3028, and you'd ruled on that earlier this week. We would just request a short extension of words as well, up from 6,000 to 8,000 words. Given the nature of the witnesses, and one in particular, which I won't go into, we do require more words than we normally would. And the other one is in relation to F3056, which is a consolidated Rule 153-155 motion that the SBO filed this morning. We would request an extension of time to respond to that. That, in particular, relates to one very extensive complex witness, which would require additional time. So at present, the deadline is the 4th of April. We would request an extension up till the 14th of April. And also to save me having to rise to my feet multiple times, an extension of words for that up to 8,000 words as well from the 6,000. I haven't requested this from or notified the prosecution in advance, but hopefully they'd be able to respond now if possible. Thank you.
We'll see.
It's possible we don't object to any of the 3 requests.
Those requests are granted then.
Much obliged. Thank you, Your Honour.
Now,
Thank you. Yes, so based on what we heard, it does seem that it could be that the witness's evidence may not be completed tomorrow. So at the moment, of course, we can deal with that if it arises, but our position is that in view of the next witness's circumstances, specific circumstances, including testimony via video link, it's necessary that that witness's evidence starts and finishes on Thursday this week. And that means that if the evidence of this witness, 4403, is not finished by the end of tomorrow, we would ask that we start on Thursday with with the following witness, before moving on to complete this one. Now, the issue then becomes, when do we complete this one? If it's not completed on Thursday, and as I said earlier, we cannot communicate with him to check next week's availability, so we would ask the panel to instruct the registry to do so. One other possibility, other than next week, would be to exceptionally, if necessary, sit on Friday this week, if that's needed to complete 4403's evidence. That's the state of play as we see it now. Of course, things can change, but that's just to bring it to your attention now.
we'll start out by finding his availability, and then we'll rule on this in the morning. Anything else? We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.